We're back. How's it going, everyone?
Good,
and
everyone.
Welcome, Pedro. How are you? Welcome.
I'm good. Happy Tuesday. You guys are having a great start of the week. How are you doing,
Happy
Jonatan?
Tuesday. Okay,
How are you
guys,
doing?
you see the comment down there? It says, today you get to decide what pair I'm going to be trading. We're going to do the same thing as we did yesterday. I do have a poll in the YouTube chat. You can decide between EURUSD, gold, Bitcoin, or NASDAQ. Right now, gold is leading with 52%. I'm going to give it a couple of... we're going to give it a couple of more minutes. And it looks like gold is winning. I kind of want you to just like EURUSD. I don't want to be trading gold, but that's up to you. I'm also going to today let you decide what am I going to let you decide what time frame I'm going to be focused on? Okay. So I'm going to give you, we're going to be selecting the anchor time frame, and that's going to be like the higher time frames that we're going to be looking at levels, and then we're going to be selecting the lower time frames. I'm going to let you decide what pair we're going to be trading and what anchor and main time frame we're going to be using for the analysis. This should be an interesting experience. Now, I'm doing a evaluation account here. We're up. I was down 1% for from stop loss, and I wanted to begin with a evaluation account where I was in drawdown to see if I can get that out of drawdown and show you the risk management I'm using to get out of drawdown, and see if we can pass this. Probably not. I mean, letting the audience decide what pair I'm going to be trading for the day is, it's fun, but probably not going to be working out that well, but it's going to be interesting. Definitely interesting to see. So I'm going to put a quick little timer on here for 2 minutes, and when that 2 minute passes, I will be selecting the pairs that has the most votes. So make sure you go in and check that. What are you looking at today, Pedro? I think you have your screen up. So while we wait for that poll, I'm just going to pull your screen up and we can perhaps take a look at what you're looking at today.
Yeah, all right. Just to reply to some comments. Good morning, everyone. So basically, and your experience is going to be hard for sure. Deciding which pair to trade and time frame. That's going to be interesting. Today I'm looking at some minor pairs. I'm not really keen in trying to look for trades on euro dollar or pound dollar, but I think I was looking at pound Aussie, pound CAD. I can actually bring this one. Oil already is gone, so oil was a setup from last Friday into morning. So we have been moving to the downside for quite a long time, and it's finally reacting from an interesting level back into this approach. And I did like the price action at around this structure in here. We start noticing a little bit of a few double bottoms, and then kind of the confirmation for the entry. It was kind of there. So I think we can have a little bit of retracement after basically a full month of price moving just in one direction from here, at least towards that level. I think price can go. And then if I bring in here the Forex, where is Forex in here? So I was looking a bit more at some minor like pound CAD as well. So it's been moving to the downside for a while. I think since basically since the situation with tariffs in Canada that then was postponed. We saw that initial push down, and today we are seeing a little bit of strength on the pound pairs. But instead of just looking at the pound dollar, I'm actually trying to look at some minor ones in here. And pound Aussie actually maybe even better if I bring pound Aussie. It is pound yen. Pound Aussie is coming back at these lows, so that's something that we're looking for. We'll see if it's going to hold or not. Potentially, I still like actually this zone a little bit underneath, but I would like to see a little bit of price respecting this structure first, just to attack even more buyers into here before potential price fakes out this low. So, and you are seeing a little bit of buy pressure today. I didn't really manage to get into that trade just yet, but I'll be following pound Aussie in here. But we'll see. Like basically, since beginning of the month, we've been moving to the downside. Sometimes that's something that I do, just as a counter trend trader, is also try to see even on Forex.
looks like he's is he bluffing? You think he's freezing, or do you think he's bluffing, or is he actually froze? Nah, I think he's actually froze. Look at that. That's awesome.
Yeah, that's
Right
quick.
on that one. Hello, Pedro. How's it going? I
Yeah,
know, like, this is the
sorry.
AI revolution. You can copy yourself. I would love that. I would love a copy of myself.
Yeah, I just
Nice.
need
Okay,
to see what's going on with my Chrome. Actually, I'm using Brave, to be honest. That's the one I'm using. I don't know if I should go back to Chrome or not. The reality is that this is yeah, my PC has been challenging my patience recently. So it all of a sudden just crashes.
Well,
And then
you looked at oil. I must say the oil chart that you looked at looked very good. It hit the. I'm gonna take a look at that later as well, but it hit the area where I was looking to find long opportunities as well. And
exactly.
I think I missed I missed the opportunity because obviously you see the momentum is coming in very strongly now. But I'm hoping that we're gonna get a retracement here on this move. And if we do get a retracement of this move, then I will enter probably like halfway. Oh, that's a good entry,
Somewhere
by the way. A
back
really
into
good
this
entry.
level.
Yeah,
Somewhere in
exactly.
here.
Yeah,
Yeah.
that's where I'm looking to get a more of a swing entry. By the way, it looks like gold did win the poll, so we have gold winning with 49%. So now what I'm going to do is I'm going to create a new poll for the anchor time frame. So check out that poll in just a minute.
Yeah, so actually, I was looking a bit more of some miners. As I was saying just before, I think I crashed. That sometimes something that I do even as a counter trend trader, especially in forex, is just try to see which pairs I've been trading for, I don't know, 3, 4, 5 days or even more. And most likely are going to be getting closer to some kind of retracement. Of course, depending on where price is reacting on the left side, but usually you start what you notice is there's a momentum, and then you start noticing for 1 or 2 days that price starts slowing down, basically retesting the extremes. If it's moving up, it's constantly retesting the lows, but still managing to break some highs. But that's a little bit of the weakness that I want to see on price, and then try to see some for the reversal. That's sometimes it's just a little bit scanning the market and try to find those opportunities in here.
I think that was a really good catch on all. I'm just going to write up the poll here so I'm going to post that in a minute. Let's see, we're going to do 15-minute, 1 hour, 4 hour, and daily as our anchor time frame. You check the poll in the YouTube chat. I'm gonna give it about 2 minutes on that one.
Well, this coming back again, yeah. You traded gold yesterday, right? Did you manage to get? Was it take profit? Did you win?
Yeah, I was down like 1,400, you know.
1 second short.
And then I'm like, okay, it looks good, but it doesn't feel good, right? So I kept the trade open. It hit that TP, made 1,600 or so, some, up 200 on the day. But that was, yeah, I'm not, I'm doing an evaluation now with this. I'm not gonna risk my own my own money on that again. Yeah. So anchor time frame. Let me explain what anchor time frame is. So if you're trading, let's say you have 2 time frames, right? So one time frame. So when I'm swing trading, I have my anchor time frame or my anchor time frames being the weekly and the daily. Mostly it's going to be the daily. I look at daily levels. I look for daily candle closes as confirmation, but my like entry time frame is going to be the 4 hour. I look at the daily and the 4 hour with my anchor, high time frame anchor being the daily, where I select the levels, then I zoom into the 4 hour where I execute the trade. So what we're going to do now is we're going to be selecting the anchor time frame. You're going to be selecting that, which should be a little bit higher time frame, and then we'll be selecting the lower time frames. And yes, I will I will include the second charts as well if you feel like that's something you want to see. Not recommended, but maybe as a fun fun little experience, we could be trading like the 15-minute anchor and the 1 second execution chart, which is going to be completely insane, but we'll see.
Yeah, the way I go
Definitely.
is 10 seconds, 10 seconds chart. And actually, I look at 10 tick charts. That's just for some confirmation for entries.
Yeah, I like the 10-second. I mean,
scary.
people think it's okay. So 15, we got 15-minute winning as the anchor. Good, I like that. Okay, now let's select the low time frame. Okay, so entry. Select entry time frame. Okay, so we'll do 1 second, 10 second, 1 minute, and 5 minutes.
That's mad.
Okay, so go to the chat, go to the poll, and then you got to select the time frame that we're going to be. Okay, so 1 minute is leading. I like that. People are okay. People kind of make sense here. Okay, so we're going to select the timer on 2 minutes. We have right now the 5 minute is leading. Oh, that's going to be boring, isn't it? Like 15 minutes and 5 minutes. And what happened then? I'm going to be waiting 5 minutes before I take a trade. Okay. Okay, so interesting. We got to look at the 15 minute, and actually, it's actually better. You know, I mean, it's definitely better to look at the 5 minute and the 50 minute. I quite like that instead of the second or 10 second. So we got about 1.5 minutes, and right now it looks like 5 minute time frame is leading. So we'll see what we can make of this. Someone's selecting the 1 second. I like that. Whoever did that, you're my hero. We have news today. We have Bank of England, Governor Bailey speaking at what is it, 1:15 my time. That's 12:15 GMT, and then at 4 we have the Fed Chair Powell testifies. I don't know what he's going to be testifying.
It's in Washington about monetary policy. Those are quite political questions. It's always like if you actually spend 2 hours listening to him, it's quite funny. Just because you can notice straight away who's asking the question based on the team, the type of question that they're asking. Is a Democrat or is a Republican? And I think one of the main questions that they're going to be asking is going to be in terms of the independence of the Fed, because of course Trump is going to try to influence as much as possible Powell to cut rates. But as the Fed Chair Powell has been saying so many times, is not going to obey or kind of to follow Trump's in instructions. So it's just going to be independence. But I think that's going to be a little bit of the team as well. I think the main day is going to be tomorrow with the CPI. That's going to be the big one. And it's going to be interesting that we are going to have CPI and then he's going to testify again. So tomorrow he's going to be already aware of what the data is. So he's going to be able to make some comments about the CPI. Yeah, I think tomorrow is going to be a more volatile day in here. Because in my opinion, if you're looking at the data at this point, I think CPI is back at being one of the most important indicators that investors are paying attention to, just because I do believe that that's the data that's going to influence the Fed. What's up, Dirk? Welcome.
Hey guys.
Morning.
I just wanted to say one word. Gold, baby.
Are you still in that position, no?
No, I was stopped out yesterday at 2926 when it came down again from highs. But beautiful trade, sadly just with paper money. But now I'm hyped, Now I want to continue trading gold suddenly.
Yeah, so I'll let the audience decide here today what pair I'm going to be trading, and of course it's selected. The audience selected gold, and then I asked for 2 timeframes, and it was the 15 minute and 5 minute, and I think that's not a bad idea actually. the 15-minute and the 5 minutes. So I'm actually gonna pull up my chart right away here and kind of look at see what we have going on here. I'm gonna go with I'm gonna try to do this on MetaTrader. I'm very bad at charting on MetaTrader, if I'm gonna be honest. And this is NAS because we did trade NAS yesterday with Diana. So let's see, we got gold. I'm not gonna open up silver like I did yesterday. Okay, so the 15-minute and the 5 minutes. So, and I think we're obviously. I'm just gonna add a level here, kind of like a low time frame level here, and this is obviously gold testing support. So, yeah, I'm not gonna look at 4 hour. I'm only gonna look at the 15-minute and 5 minute. But I know from yesterday that on the 4 hour, and I did cheat a little bit, but on the 4 hour there is signs of a reversal. There is a very good level, like down here or something. But we don't care about that because we don't know about that, right? We only look at the 15-minute and the 5 minute. So on the 5 minute, what type of confirmation do I need to find here? Well, I need to reclaim that level. If we reclaim that level, then I will open a long position. And because right now it's a local downtrend, but as soon as we kind of see a shift of that, I will enter a long position here on gold. Let's see, how much can I risk? Let's see what my... So
which account do you have?
Sorry?
Which account are you trading?
That's a good question. This is a high stakes. This is a high stakes.
Okay.
So yeah, and I'm okay. So I'm up about $176 from stop loss. So my available drawdown is $176. So I'm going to divide that by 5. That gives me 35. That can't be correct, can it? Okay, it can. Okay, so I'm about 3. Okay, 176 divided by 10 is 17. That means if I risk 17 per trade, $17 per trade, I can lose 10 trades in a row. Am I likely to lose 10 trades in a row? Or it doesn't matter if it's in a row or if it's in a sequence, but am I likely to have a 10 trade drawdown? And yeah, of course, that's definitely likely. So I take 176 divided by 15, that brings me to 11. Okay, so I'm going to be risking $12 on every position I'm taking. That's 0.26%. I'm going to make that 0.25. With this risk, I'm going to be able to have a drawdown of 15, which puts me somewhat in a safer environment. So when you're... Do I only have 76? No, because my drawdown is... That's right. Henry is right. I did that calculation completely wrong. Henry, you're absolutely right. I have $76. Wow, that sucks. Okay, that makes a huge difference. Okay, 76 divided by 10. Like I'm not gonna be able to risk, like I can't risk $5, can I? I mean I can. I kind of think I have to. Otherwise, I'm just gonna lose this account. It feels weird though because 5. Yeah, Dirk, you're muted, but it feels.
Oops! Don't you get a warning if you risk too much on a trade there?
I do. I do get a. What do you mean warning?
Like from compliance, like a...
Yeah, I mean, no, well, not in the valuation, but if you go past the valuation and you pass an evaluation with like extremely bad risk management and lot sizing, then you will probably be limited during your trading. You know, yeah. Like if you go all in. All right, so we got Yasin saying we have a contest going on right now. So to celebrate our 9th birthday, we have a contest going on. So all you have to do is you go to the link, which is right here. Go check out the contest in The5ers. You can win up to $2,000 cash. Nice. Where do I get in on this one? I want that. I want that prize. All right, nice. Registration is open till February the 12th, which is tomorrow. Okay, so get in. And it will run from February the 12th to 19th. Yeah, where is Pedro? Yeah, Pedro, he looked at my risk management and he's like, okay, I'm out of here. You know, when you have an account like this is a 5K account. I mean, 5K for a lot of people is a lot of money, but from a trading account point of view, it's not really a lot of money, because if you look at it, this is what I have to risk to feel like I'm not gonna lose the account, and I don't want to lose the account. If I buy an evaluation, my idea is always to never lose that account, because that's an investment, and why should I lose it? Why should I throw away that money? But you look at this and you say, okay, I'm risking $5, but that's just if it's a 1-to-1 risk reward, that's just going to be a $5 win. But then you add that to the available drawdown. Okay, so the more winners you have, eventually you'll have a available drawdown where you'll be able to risk, like $25, and then how come you're so close to losing it? Because I've been having problems with my copy trader. I think that's the main issue. It's been comping most of the losers and not the winners, because I have with swing trading, I have somewhere between 40 and 50% win rate, which means I have more losers than winners. And for my biggest winners, for some reason, it did not get copied over to this account. So I've had just a very long string of losing trades. So, but I figured let's, I'm looking at the statistics of this, I'm probably going to lose it. So why not just try to do something fun with this account? But that's what I'm looking at right now. We need a change of structure on gold. So what I'm looking at is, this type of trend that we have right here. Break above that level. Welcome back, Pedro.
What's up?
Going well. What
nice
position size calculator am I using? This is a position size calculator that I've downloaded from a site called. Let's see if I can find it. It's from learnpriceaction.com, I think it is. But I think if you Google position size calculator for MT5, you'll get the result of Learn Forex or something like that. This is a very, it says right here, earnforex.com. It's a very good position size calculator. We've been using it for many years. So we looked at the 15-minute. We saw a level. I think we can actually just put it like this. I think that's better. And then we could just say that if we have a bullish reaction within this area, if we have a break of this trend, then I will long gold here. So the stop loss for a trade like this should probably be, depending on where our entry trigger is, we might get a rounded bottom here and then a breakout, then the low of the rounded bottom will be stop loss level. But right now I'm looking at this, maybe even all the way down here. And then TP, I want TP to be based on the 15-minute. And what I like to do is I always want to know where the reload zone is, where the short reload zone is of the move that I'm trading. And if we add the fib, well, let's assume price is going to come down here. Then the reload zone is, the midpoint of the reload zone is right here. So if why does it do that? Why does it just remove every drawing? I want to remove one drawing, and it just everything gets. Oh my god, that's so annoying. Okay, let's add it again. Because I like adding levels over and over and over again. Okay, so I gotta double click it. Because I gotta double click it. That's right. And then the reload zone is gonna be somewhere around this area. Now I'm gonna double click the red one. I'm gonna press delete. Okay, that's good. So my take profit for this trade is going to be somewhere around here. So we're looking at a maybe 2R-ish trade, but that's the trade I'm looking at now. Looking at the 5-minute, I'm simply just looking for a type of breakout structure right here. Yeah, analyzing on MT5 is terrible. Just use TradingView. I kind of, I agree with you here. MetaTrader is not the best tool to analyze the markets, but what I'm doing here is when you're trading the lower time frames, you want to make sure that you get the exact price that you're getting from your liquidity provider and brokers that you're trading with. If I go to TradingView, I'm going, hello, welcome back, Pedro. Nice to see you again. And if we're trading, if we're looking on TradingView, let's say I look at Oanda, well, the 5ers is not trading with Oanda, so Oanda might give you different prices than what you see on MetaTrader here with the 5ers. And Oanda is kind of like famous for wicks on gold, so you might not want to be looking at Oanda when trading gold. I don't know if you guys remember a couple of years ago. We had this insane wick on Oanda that was nowhere to be found on any other broker, but it had like the insane price action on gold. So the data feed that you're selecting, be careful. Okay, so now in the 5-minute, we do see that we have a good bullish reaction within this area. We still have, I believe, see if I can get rid of that one. No, I can't. It's absolutely terrible. But you see, we have a low time frame level here. That level, if we can get above here, then I will execute that long order, and I will then move that stop up. What I want to do now is I want to make sure that I'm risking the right amount, which I kind of guess has to be has to be 5. It feels is ridiculous, but I need to make sure that I build a little buffer here before I increase risk. How would you guys deal with that? Like, do you feel like it feels weird, doesn't it? Like risking $5.
It does.
Yeah.
But did you start with the account like that, or you were in a
No, basically I just went into my 5ers hub and I looked to see if I had any evaluation accounts going, and I have because the thing what I do is I have many different accounts, and then I just connected to copy trader, and I don't really look at the accounts too much. I mostly focus on the account that is connected to copy trader. But there was an issue with MetaTrader passwords being updated and them not updating on the copy trader. So I found this account that was very close to stop loss, and I figured, let's see if we can get this account out of drawdown, right?
How much? What is when would this account be considered crashed? When you reach 4,500 or?
Yeah, 4,500.
Oh. Well, yeah, I mean, considering that, risking like $5 or maybe $10 or $15 makes sense if you plan on adding to the position.
Yeah, I'm probably going to be adding a little bit onto this position. Yeah.
Yeah, then you still need some powder in your keg, so to say. Yeah. What I mean, it's always about like you're risking basically what is that below 0.1%, and nothing wrong with that, no.
No, I mean if you're trading, if you're trading 100K or even more, then risking 0.1 is, in dollar amount is
$100. Yeah.
Exactly. So it's not from a percentage point of view, it's not weird. And I think that's also why it's important to, distance yourself from
Yeah.
From the dollar value.
I agree. I mean, that's basically what I do. I just wrote in the chat. I ended along here on Solana for those of you who are trading crypto. And it's a 100K account. My position size is 10K. So I have like a leverage below 0.1, because I want to be able later on, if the market moves against me, because it's volatile usually, and it gets more volatile through the day usually, I want to be able to add to that position. You're muted.
Yeah, I mean, if you want to be adding to the position, you definitely want to start small. I think that's very important to really start small. Okay, so I think this is the trade that I'm looking at. We're looking at a risk to reward of 2 from current price, which means I'm gonna have risk to reward being below 2 if we have that breakout. And remember, I have to do this on a 5-minute candle closing. I need to wait for the 5-minute candle to close, but I feel like gold has that thing where it's just likes to run when you have a breakout. It's sort of like similar to Bitcoin in a sense, you know.
Yeah.
But when you have the breakout,
we said that yesterday also. No, it's like those sudden volatility.
It's not Victor. Pedro. Is Pedro frozen again?
No, I'm here. I'm frozen.
Yeah, your camera is frozen. I just thought already, like 30 seconds
Can you
before.
hear me at least?
My God, yeah, we can hear you, but I thought, well, this guy is really like concentrating very much on right now.
Wow, like he is very into this. Wow.
Oh my God.
Amazing.
Yeah, 1 second. I'm going to just turn off my
Anyway,
camera.
guys, I have to make a move. Just wanted to drop in very quickly and to talk about gold. And happy to see that you're trading gold again. Worked out nicely yesterday, in the end.
It did. Well, thank you for joining, Dirk.
Might drop in later again when Victor is online this afternoon. Let's see how quickly I can come out of my meeting. Good luck.
Yeah.
Be careful, everybody. Take care.
Take care. Thank you. What is copper trader? No, I mean copy trader. Copy trader. Hey guys, are you profitable trader, or is it just for fun? Well, yeah, we're profitable and it's fun. We're doing this for fun. I mean, you wouldn't be sitting here doing this if wouldn't be doing this if we were not profitable. Caesar says probably the best interview was with Anastasia. I don't understand the purpose of this stream. Well, let me explain the purpose of this stream. The purpose of this stream is to show you in real time, not only analysis, but trading, real time trading, because there's a lot of traders out there. They are happy to show you past trades or show you what the market did yesterday and tell you that you should have traded this or you should have done this. But here, what we're doing here is we're showing you live what we're doing in the moment while it's happening. And I believe that's the real deal. That's how you should be doing live trading. Let me add Pedro again. Welcome.
Yeah, I'm good now.
Do I always trade with MetaTrader? No, not at all. Like when I'm trading the lower time frames, yes. And the thing is here, there's some limitation with the platform that we're using for streaming. I have a MetaTrader on my right screen. I got TradingView in my middle screen. So I'm actually always looking at TradingView and MetaTrader at the same time and different time frames. And let me kind of explain what's going on here. And the reason for this exercise is not to like just purely entertainment. So let me kind of explain what I'm actually doing here. I'm letting you guys decide what pair I'm going to be trading. I'm letting you guys decide what time frames I'm going to be using for the analysis. And the reason for doing this is to show you that if you have an understanding of technical analysis, and I'm talking about the foundational stuff, support and resistance, the idea of supply and demand in the market structure, and getting a feel for what the market is doing, you can trade any market out there. And I challenge you in the chat, give me any market and I'm I will put them on MetaTrader here, and I will trade it live for you guys, because the markets move according to foundational principles, and that foundational principle is the markets are trending. Okay, even if you're a follower of the the efficient market hypothesis, where basically saying that no one can beat the market, the prices are completely random, there's no pattern to prices. Even if you believe that, the markets are still trending. Okay, the markets are always going from one level to another level in a trending fashion. And I believe that technical analysis is just a very good way of deciphering that. Okay, Henry saying GameStop. Okay, I'll think about that. I'm not trading stocks though, but I think I'll guess I'll open an account with Trade the Pool and see if you can trade the stocks as well. I don't like trading stocks though. The gaps and everything makes me just crazy. Yeah, FTMO bought Oanda. That is insane. That's a big move right there. That's very, very interesting to see where this industry is going. One thing is for sure, that this industry is booming and we're not going anywhere. Very interesting to see that they acquired.
Since you have an account with Oanda, did you got any email, any information about it, or?
No, I think FTMO want to run Oanda as it is, as a separate business. That's what I've heard and what I've seen.
Mm-hmm.
So haven't really gotten any information on that. It seems like, they bought Oanda, but I don't think they have any plans on. But I don't know. Obviously, I have no idea. But I don't know what their plans is with that. Maybe just run it as it is, as a,
Yeah.
I mean, it's interesting. Definitely interesting. It's like, become funded with us, withdraw the money, put it in Oanda, and then lose it. No, hopefully not. Hopefully not. They will keep their money. But conditions are so much better on the prop firms than on the brokerage.
You mean spread and so on?
Yeah, I mean, you look at the fibers. I've never had this, these tight spreads on anywhere. We can look at the spread right now on Euro USD is 0. USD, JPY, GBP USD, Euro USD, AD USD. Right now, it's pending between 1 and 0. But it's really, really tight spreads. If we would compare to a retail broker, we would not get the same number.
That's true.
Vinicius, we don't like comments like that. So please refrain from any type of comments like that for any of our, other people in the industry. I don't see any problem with them at all. Okay, any analysis on gold? Yep, that's what we're looking at right now. This is gold. Can you add one more pair to trade? Good. Yeah, I mean this is one of the reasons why I don't really like looking at the 5-minute when doing this type of trading. So we can definitely look at. For some reason I pressed Control F4. Not sure why. I wanted to close down this one, which is Alt. Oh, it is Control F4. Why did that happen? Okay. Let's close this down. See if we can open another pair. Let's see if we can open Meta. We can open Euro USD perhaps. Let's see. Close this down. We got Euro USD here.
Yeah, Euro is moving to the upside today.
Sorry?
The Euro is moving to the upside today. Dollar is moving a little bit to the downside. Yeah, it's going to be interesting to see. It goes up from here. If it breaks, especially yesterday's high, that's the next point of reference on the Euro.
Yeah, I think. Okay, let's look at the. I can't get rid of that one. I don't know why. Okay, so on the 15-minute, yeah, it looks rather You know what? Maybe you can look at something here, and then I will switch over to my if I find anything interesting. Maybe you can see, because you're looking at TradingView, and it's just much more nicer to look at than
They
this.
can. Enrique is suggesting as well to create a pool for me. Which pair do you want me to trade? I can also trade in here.
Nice. All right, let's do that.
In an account. I just
Okay.
hope my PC lets me stay on while I'm doing that.
Okay, what pair should Pedro trade?
Something that is
Okay, we're
moving.
gonna give it a gold or USD.
No, not gold again. No, not you are doing gold. You are doing gold.
Okay. So we're gonna do GBP USD, and we're gonna do
What is how's he doing?
let's do USD JPY. Do
oh yeah, that's a good one.
Okay, let's do Bitcoin as well. But like, no, not Bitcoin. And then we'll do Nasdaq.
It's okay.
Okay, 2 minutes, guys. Go into the comments. Go into the comment section. We're gonna poll. What do you want Pedro to trade? GBP USD, USD JPY, gold, or not gold, Bitcoin or NAS. Okay, right now it looks like GBP USD. Bitcoin is at 30%. Okay, so interesting. Most wants us to look at GBP USD.
Bitcoin. What's going on Bitcoin? Bitcoin had a good entry, but this was on Sunday, Monday. I'm looking for price to go a little bit more to the upside. So this was it's quite similar with oil, not so much. So it created this level of support in here. As you can see, basically we had this demand zone around this level. If you draw actually from the way from this up extreme, price was already reacting from it, but you do have a smaller one in here that was still fresh, and all of a sudden price started to create all this level of support, basically creating a lot of liquidity underneath that level. We started to break to the upside, and then it kept holding this level. So anytime you start noticing a price holding a zone for a long period of time, many people are going to start looking for longs or trying to buy from that level. You can understand why. And many other people, as soon as it breaks below these lows, are going to start looking for shorts, kind of as a breakout setup. Especially, and usually the way it happens is that move happens with momentum. So if you are waiting for a breakout to confirm that you are looking for shorts, you want to see momentum into the trade, or at least momentum on price to confirm that. But then the opposite happens, right? This is basically a great level of reversal, or price action of reversal in here. Price just reacts from the demand zone. Most people don't even look at that left, so they're just looking what's going on in the moment, basically what they're trying to do today. And all of a sudden, price creates this PA and starts moving to the upside. I'm looking for price to get at least closer to that level. So this is basically one of my favorite patterns in here, is to create a range, wait for price to break above or below. Usually the first break gives me the direction that I want to see price going. The second one is the fake out, and then you can trade around both extremes in there. Basically, you have this level, then you can start looking for trades in here, and when you have this level, then you can start looking for trades as a continuation setup in here, especially after price breaks these highs again. So maybe there's going to be a bit more momentum, maybe if I have this band zone, but let me know what it's pound dollar. Okay.
Let's go GBP USD. By the way, guys, I will also Pedro is the community manager of our Portuguese speaking community. Is that what we call it? Do we say Portuguese speaking community, or do we just say the Brazil community?
No, Portuguese speaking community. And we started yesterday with our live streams. So join us if you do speak Portuguese and if you like trading. It's at 5 p.m. So it's basically you have the stream from this channel, then you have the Discord session. I think it's from 4 to 5 or something like that, and then you go into 5 to 6 you have on our YouTube channel. It's an opportunity again. It's similar to this, analyze the market, content, some trades, and to have some fun as well along the way. So feel free to join if you do speak Portuguese, maybe Spanish as well. Feel free to join in there.
Beautiful.
5 to 6.
We're
Monday to Thursday.
Nice. Yeah, we're definitely expanding the whole 5ers community, expanding with its own. It's every yeah, it's just, I don't know what I'm trying to say, but we're expanding. It's very nice to see. The community is growing. But guys, make sure that you hit that like if you like these types of live streams where we basically just pick a chart, any chart, we go in and we try to live trade, and you guys are here. You're the one selecting and guiding us on what to trade. Remember, this type of trading isn't possible for us to do unless we know what we're actually doing, right? If we're just going to be following an indicator with signals, obviously, we can't do that on any markets. But with people in this live stream that have a good foundational skill basis in technical analysis, you can basically throw any pair at us, and we will be trading that live. Right now, I'm obviously doing this exercise on my evaluation account. I don't feel comfortable, risking hundreds of dollars of real money on an exercise like this. But let's see if this is something that actually works. Maybe I'll start adding the. No, probably not. It's probably not. But you know what I'm saying. It's maybe it's be interesting. Interesting. I'm just gonna quickly switch over to my MetaTrader here and show you guys that I'm still looking at this. I'm still looking at this gold trade right here. This is the same type of price action that we had when we started the live stream. You can see here that we started getting a push above this level, clearly using this level as resistance. But as soon as we get a 5-minute candle close above, I will enter a trade on this. I'm also monitoring Euro USD for any trade, and looking at the 1 minute, I very much like this local trend that we're having right here. The issue that I'm having with Euro USD is the fact that it's trading right at this overall resistance area that we're seeing right here. So I'm not really sure I want to open a long position right into resistance. But we'll see. Okay, over to you, Pedro, and we're going to take a look at GBP USD. Is I guess not. I guess hello, Pedro. Are you with us? No, he's not. Okay, let's. Very interesting. Well, we're live. This is what happens when. This is what happens. It's a live show. This is the things that happen when we're live, right? Exciting times. Okay, let's get on with Euro gold. Okay, now let's. You know what? Let's switch over to TradingView quickly, and I will show you some of the swing trading positions I have open with my real account with actual money. And I'm primarily a swing trader. This is a Euro GBP that I have right here. Let me know, guys, if you want me to give you Caesar FXXXX is asking, probably Portugal has some issue with internet connection. Does they know something about Starlink? No, I don't think anyone in Portugal knows anything about Starlink. Let's tell him about Starlink when he gets back. Okay, so let me know in the comments if you guys want me to give you like a clear, detailed breakdown of what we're watching here. Let me know in the comments, or if you just want us to, if you just want me to quickly go through the markets, I can do a complete market scan for you guys. Or if you want me to like detailedly go through every single one, I have 4 positions open right now, and I'm happy to give you a detailed breakdown if you want me to give the simple approach. This is a good question. I think we can cover this a bit later for sure. Okay. Euro GBP. Let me give you the breakdown here on Euro GBP, and I'm gonna have MetaTrader open on my other screen, so I'm gonna be monitoring this one. And as soon as I see, actually, gold looks ready for a possible entry in not too long. They've been making sure that we monitor gold as well when doing this analysis here. Okay, so Euro GBP, what piqued my interest here on Euro GBP, and this is the open position that I have right now on Euro GBP. We can kind of go back now. When I see. Okay, so basically what we have here on Euro GBP, if we look at the weekly, we can safely say that the level that we're testing right now, okay, the level that we're testing right now is a very good support zone. Okay, so this is on the weekly, very good support zone right here. We came down, we hit that level, and I remember, yeah, so we came down, we hit that level, and we had a reversal. Now, remember, I looked at this. I've been looking at this since December. So we have this trade here. Welcome back, Pedro. So we had this trade from, monitoring this from all the way since December last year. We have that breakout. We have the daily candle confirming this trade. At that point, I said, you know what? I'm going to wait for a retrace back down here. That never happened. Price instead went higher. But at this point, I started looking and saying, okay, now this move is forming a possible top. And at that point, I put my fibs from that low to this high. That creates the reload zone in here. And at that point, I added alerts here. So that was in around the end of last month. And then we had this move straight into that level right there. And this is where I started building the position. So as a swing trader, you have to be very patient. You need to have the ability to really wait for price action to evolve in the way that you want price action to. You need to wait for that to happen, basically, and it can take a very long time. In this case, it took over 2 months for this trade to actually activate in the way that I wanted it to activate. We don't really have to care about this downward trending channel. It doesn't really matter. I just put it on because I like doing technical analysis. I like when something is clean and clear and just looks good, and I like to point that out. But basically, what I'm looking at here is, on the weekly, for price to go from this high time frame level to this high time frame level above. And that's basically the whole idea. Now, one way that, if you're waiting for opportunities to come in, and you're waiting for a move like this to happen, and I waited 2 months, then you need many pairs to look at. And I basically look at I think 50 pairs or something like that is with everything is what I'm looking at. And if you have 50 pairs, then you're gonna get a couple of trades every month. So that's the idea. Now, for confirmation on this trade, you have this daily candle right here. I think it was, I believe it was this candle. When I saw that we had a bullish reaction, I entered a small position, and then on this candle right here, we had a big move to the upside, and then a retrace, and I looked at the lower time frames, and on the lower time frames here, we saw that we're adding the fib again from. So at this point, I'm about 25, 50% filled on the desired position. We add another reload zone right here. We hit the reload zone right here, and then what we see on the 4 hour is a move out of this reload zone. When we had this move, hitting the reload zone and start moving higher, we have a 4 hour double bottom pattern, within a high time frame support zone. That's when I added the rest of the position. So right now I'm fully filled on Euro GBP, and then you can see what happens right here. Now we have a perfect double bottom here on Euro GBP. Now, I say that I'm fully filled, okay? But the way I'm managing this trade is, if I add a level right here, if we reclaim this level, I will then move my stops up to this level, okay? And whatever risk I'm removing from this position, I'm adding to the position up here with this being the stop loss of that entry, so that the risk never changes. Okay, I'm not creating a free trade. Some people, they like to move stops to entry and say now it's a free trade. But is it really? Is it really a free trade because you're giving back all that unrealized profit? I like to just double the position and go in with more and more and more, so that if my stop loss is hit, I will just win a tiny amount or actually lose some money. But if my profit gets hit, a trade like this one that is currently a 3R will potentially turn into a 3R plus this one as a 2R. And then if we have another higher low, I might do the same thing with that position and add, maybe 2R or 1.5 or something like that. So a 3R here turns into a 3, 4, 5, 6, maybe 7R, because I'm adding to my winners. But if I get stopped out, I will lose small amount of money, or I will be break even. But if it wins, it will be a 6 or 7R win. So that's how I'm adding to the winners. And I'm looking at this and I'm saying, I'm confident, I'm super, super confident that Euro GBP will move up to this level unless there's a change of structure. I'm, betting a lot on this trade, but as soon as I see signs of this idea not working out, I'm getting out of the trade immediately.
Are you keeping the same risk when you were entered? Sorry, I didn't hear that part. When you are adding into the position, is the same risk as before, or is it more or less on the second position, third position?
I'm keeping the risk on the trade the same all the time.
You just adjust the stop loss and you put that risk.
Yeah, it's like imagine that you're building a tower, right? And then the taller that tower gets, you remove the base and you put it on top. So it's the stop loss. Yeah, so the stop loss goes up, but I'm adding to the trade so that if I get stopped out, I will.
Yeah, let's say that you're risking $1,000. All of a sudden, you move stop loss to just risk 500, and you add that 500 into a new position, something like that.
Exactly. So if I'm
risking 1,000 in total, but now it's split down into positions while one is already in profit, and it keeps moving like that. Yeah,
exactly. So it's like if you could say that I'm trailing the stop loss manually, but I'm not trading the stop loss into profit. I'm actually just adding more to the trade every time I move the stop loss. So I'm still risking the same amount, which is it's a weird thing, because I might be up, let's say I'm up $5,000 here. Okay, so you look at this and you might say, okay, I might take this profit. I'll make 5,000. If my stop loss gets hit in profit, I will lose money. But if it hits TP, it will be such a big winner that it will pay for months of losers. So with this strategy, I mean, this trade might hit TP in a month or so, which means I looked at this in December, and then 3 or maybe 4 months later, I'll make 7 or 8R on this trade, which means that I'm only going to be making a lot of money a couple of months every year with this strategy. But if you look at it from a yearly perspective, the time spent on these trades is just minimal. Like, if it weren't for these live streams and everything, I would probably say that I'm spending maybe an hour a week on this. But it's nothing.
I do it slightly different. I may take some profit out, but then I do add, if I want to add into more positions, I may add actually that risk or that profit that I took into the second position. So we kind of leverage out as well in that sense. I'm not really increasing my risk, but I'm increasing my reward of the potential trade, which is basically what you are doing as well.
William, you're right. I mean, every time you enter a new position, you pay fees and all of that, but it's and of course you have the swaps, and the swaps only really become problematic if it's a position that just stays open for a very, very long time and there's nothing happening, but the amount of money being made on trades like this is the cost of swaps isn't really that huge compared to what a a 7R winner on a 150k account gives you.
Yeah, but that position in Europan is really good. We actually talked about that 1 week ago. I think that was when price reached that level. I remember talking on the stream with Victor as well. That price was Europan was reacting from a good level, and that's a great zone to look for longs. Price already moved. I think last week we talked about that was the Bank of England. That's when we had that big spike up with the Bank of England interest rate decision, and then price is retraced, and now it looks like it's going up again. And I agree with you. I think price can go all the way to your target, all the way to it's 85, something like that, 0.85.
Yeah, so 85. 85 is the area I'm looking at. I wanted to go through this quickly. I feel like I don't have much time to do a as detailed breakdown on this, but AD-CAD is basically the same thing. You look at AD-CAD here. This is basically the same thing. We can go to. I like the 3-day chart because the 3 day is a good mix between the daily and the weekly. And what we see here is basically the exact same thing as we have on EuroGBP. You have a somewhat of a. It's not a clear level, but it's like a good level, and you see price reacting to this level, and then you have the short reload zone of 0.618 above, and that is a good level on the higher time frame. So I'm basically just looking for a reaction and a break and retest. If you look at the daily, you see a nice retest of the 0.618, and it's kind of like creating, kind of looking ready to break out here. And if this is, I have not added my full risk on this. I want to see some extra confirmation here. So if we have a move like this, then I will be adding full position, and then I will move stop loss up here. And any risk that is being removed from the trade here is being added to that entry. So it's going to be, I don't know, a 3R here, and this. So 2R here, like maybe a 4 or 5R trade, but it's a 200 pip move. If you compare it to EuroGBP, I feel like this move, even though it's below 200 pip, it's still a bigger move. I'm asking for more on EuroGBP. On NCD USD, I've just started building a very small position here because there's no real confirmation, but a small position. And if we break out here, I'll be adding to that. And then NCD CAD is similar to AD CAD, but we have not really had that move. Small position here, and I will be, and as you can see here, a very wide stop loss on the first position that I'm building, because we might as well just go, all the way down here before we start trading higher with confirmation. But that's the positions I'm in right now from a swing trading perspective. Some of the other positions I'm watching is AUD USD.
Mm-hmm.
All right, we got Victor with us as well. Let me know, Victor. You can add yourself, by the way. We got USD CAD. This is another one. I'm looking for just if we get that break to the downside, and most of these trades are based on USD weakness. But there's one interesting trade that I'm going to be using as a hedge against USD weakness, and that is USD JPY. Because right now we're at a very good support area for USD JPY. We're at a high time frame level. It's a weekly support and the reload zone as well. And if you look at the 4 hour here, it's nice to see that we're using this level as resistance. Support. And if we can get a break and retest here, I will be entering a long position on that. What's up, Victor? Welcome.
Hello, everyone. We're back, or at least I should say I'm back.
You are back. How are you feeling? I know you have a sore throat. How are you feeling?
Dealing with it the best way we can. These things happen, but that's not gonna stop me. At least usually doesn't stop me. So we just deal with it. But thank you for asking. How are you guys doing today, this morning?
Doing great. We're just waiting for gold to give us an entry. For me,
I'm looking at pound dollar, waiting for price to go a little bit lower to potentially look for longs. Like actually, it's finally moving.
Yeah, I did a poll starting the live stream asking what pair I'm going to be trading and what time frame. So they said they selected gold, and they said I'm going to be looking at the 15-minute and the 5-minute. So on the 15-minute, I'm looking at this level on gold, and then I'm waiting for basically like this trend to break out, and I'm going to be trading kind of like a breakout here with stops below, and then I'm going to target like these highs here on gold. So we'll see, but it's very slow. Very, very slow. We had some good, interesting volatility here coming in at the beginning of the live stream, but now it's just very very slow.
Basically, it's a break and retest, right?
Now I'm actually gonna. Well, yeah, it is on the 50-minute. It kind of looks like a break and retest, but this on the lower time frames, I'm gonna be trading the breakout.
Okay, nice.
Because I feel like I feel like gold when it breaks down, it's just. I mean, when it breaks out, it tends to, the breakouts tends to be quite powerful sometimes on gold.
Mm-hmm. And also the when it goes the other way around, when it's it breaks down, it also is. I mean, it's just volatile. Whatever direction it goes, when it gets going, it's not. It changes behavior more so than other pairs, and that's what you're referring to, I think.
Yeah, definitely. It's a very special asset to trade. It's like the legacy Bitcoin in a sense. It behaves similarly to Bitcoin, but in a more, I don't know, I would like to say in a more controlled manner, but then we go to the weekly, and I'd say that's not true anymore. Gold is actually in very, very, very volatile lately.
Yeah, and also a lot of directional movement. In forex, we we're accustomed that prices, they stay within ranges. Even if they break out, they will create new ranges. But gold is just moving in one direction, basically. For if you look at on the higher time frame, and it's all about inflation, and I'm sure, right, Pedro? Isn't it all about inflation?
The news now, or what the market is looking at?
No, I mean gold. All these movement we've been seeing in the last couple of days, but actually, if you move out on a weekly,
yeah, it's in terms of risk on, risk off, right? I think it's an interesting one when we still have the US indices at close to all-time highs and everything, but then we continue to see gold also just going on because usually it's a little bit of an edge, and maybe something is off. Something has been a little bit kind of strange comparing with the past, with the history of these assets when looking at correlation in the higher time frame or yearly time frames. Yeah, we'll see. We will see, because if Nvidia, for example, if Nvidia actually has a big hit in terms of this new DeepSeek situation and everything, and maybe don't really, if Nvidia is too overbought, that can take a hit on US indices. That can be a concern. In there, inflation is a big factor.
You're mentioning Nvidia. Are they coming out with some numbers or some news soon, or you mean just that was the theme last couple of days or last couple of weeks?
When is the earnings Nvidia? 1 second. No, yeah, the next earnings just in 26th of Feb, so it still takes a long time.
Okay.
But without this situation of maybe finding artificial intelligence at cheaper costs and more efficient and so on, which therefore you may not need to price in Nvidia so high. Like Nvidia has been benefiting from all this euphoria with AI, and maybe it's too overbought. Who knows?
Yeah, totally. I totally agree with that. But yesterday we had a gold reaching all-time new all-time high again. Was that driven by tariffs, the inflation, steel, what is it, industrial metals tariffs coming today, was it, or yesterday was that they were starting to be implemented? Was that the reason gold, in your opinion, broke out and was very, very bullish? The reason why Jonatan was able to even buy gold when it's even 125% its APR and still hit targets nicely. Was that the reason, the tariffs, you think?
It was that big move to downside was actually when Trump, I think, announced the tariffs on steel, aluminum, and so on. So there was that reaction overnight that shake a little bit the market, even in the US indices as well, pushing to downside. Yeah, of the volatility, as who mentioned there about the US president, exactly. Caesar mentioned that the uncertainty of the policies that Trump is going to implement, and we never know what tariffs he's going to look for. So yeah, that's that uncertainty at this point. And tomorrow, I think inflation again, as I mentioned, I think is going to be quite relevant.
Nice.
So yeah, we'll see.
Nice. So what are you looking at, Pedro? Are you looking for any?
Yeah, man. They told me to trade pound. I'm looking for pound to go a little bit lower, close to today's lows at least, to see if there's a long opportunity in there. We'll see.
You mean as in the audience?
Yeah, just on this section, just the next couple of hours. So I'm looking.
It's fun. Maybe I should join that as well. Ask the audience.
Yeah, I can create a pool for you.
No problem. Let's do that. Why not? Let's do that.
Nice.
It will be if it's not EU and GU, and if it's something totally different in terms of time frame, then it will be not I'll treat it differently in terms of risk management, because I will be doing it on an account that is an actual account. So, but I can still do it for sure. Let's do it. I like it.
Yeah, I mean the idea, like I explained here in the beginning of the live stream, the idea is to show the viewers that if you have a foundational knowledge of how the markets move in terms of technical analysis, then you should be able to trade any tradable asset. Now, of course, there's a difference between maybe looking at the stock market and looking at forex and crypto, but candles are candles and price action is price action, and we know that markets, there's one constant truth in the markets, and that is that we have trending moves. The market moves in trends. Whether you believe that the market is completely efficient, completely random, whatever your thought process is when it comes to the foundational principles behind price, we still know that the market's trend. We see trends in price, and we see that in not only tradable assets. We actually see that in a lot of different things. We see trends. I'm currently looking at the concurrent viewers on YouTube, and guess what? It's higher highs and higher lows. I can actually put on a trend line on the views chart on YouTube. There's a lot to be said about trends and trends, statistics, and numbers.
I want to take along on that asset. Can I?
Yeah, we're about to get a breakout, and if you guys can hit that like, looks like we're about to get a breakout. Okay, so I'm gonna make a poll, Victor. I'm gonna let the audience decide what you are gonna be trading here today.
Yes.
So let's see what we get. I'm also looking at the. I'm looking at gold. So okay, so let's see. Let's create a poll here. Okay, what pair should Victor trade? And you don't get to decide. Okay, we got NAS is the first one. Okay, second one. Give me something in the chat. US
Bitcoin.
Yeah, Bitcoin, definitely Bitcoin. Okay, we got USD CAD. Okay, what else? Not gold.
Yeah, not gold,
okay,
not pound,
USD.
because we are already doing it.
Okay, we do oil. Let's do oil. That's going to be difficult because of spreads and everything.
Yeah, the spread is not great.
Yeah. Okay, let's do Euro USD. I like that. Euro NCD. I like that. Okay, so we got
That's
NAS,
your pair,
Bitcoin.
right, Jonatan?
Yeah, I like.
Euro that
NCD.
one inside out.
Oh yeah, definitely. Okay. Let's go. Let's start this. Okay, 2 minutes. Okay, guys, we got 2 minutes. We got Nasdaq, Bitcoin, USD CAD, or Euro NCD.
What's that 2 minute? That's the time limit for their submissions, so their suggestions.
No, that's the vote is going on right now. It looks like NAS is definitely leading. So get ready to trade the indices. Okay, 1.5 minutes.
I want to give. Go ahead.
No, go ahead. Go ahead.
No, I want to say that although there is an element of entertaining to this, what we're doing, this exercise, rest assured, the idea is not to give the impression that you can trade randomly, right? That you just hit buttons without having an analysis, having an idea what you're going to be doing. That's not the idea, even though it may or it may not look like that at certain moments, because I'm going to be doing something that I'm not part of. The pair is not part of my trade plan. It's not the usual pair that I trade. And I'm letting outside. This is not usually how I would trade. I wouldn't ask anyone else to tell me what time frame I'm going to be trading, nor the pair. I decide that. I choose my probabilities. However, the idea here is that technical analysis, or your phenomenon that you're actually trying to catch in the market, right? Whatever pattern, and that may be chart pattern, that can be time, price, it can be whatever pattern that you trade in the market, that if it is a good pattern, if it is a process that is good, it doesn't matter what asset you trade. It doesn't matter what time frame you trade. You should have roughly the same kind of results. And that's I think, to me at least, that's the idea of this, right? If you put any asset, what do you think I would be looking for, and what patterns will I be looking for? If anyone,
you're probably going to be looking at the hunchback of Notre Dame trapped inside a box.
A cement box. I mean, another.
You're probably going to be looking for asymmetrical patterns on your screen, or asymmetrical people on your screen.
Yes, indeed. So and those ideas I will definitely be using, but let's I do want to say it in advance that this is it is for entertainment, but there is actually, it's not reckless trading, even though it's not random trading either, even though you guys are choosing the time frame and the pair.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's a quite interesting experience to do something like this, and it's also a good learning experience that the best way to trade a new asset in a new market is to learn price action, like focus on what price is doing. And because I think when we look at indicators, it becomes complicated, because some indicators work very well in some markets with some assets, but what always works is the understanding the underlying idea of a trend. I mean, everyone can trade a breakout in an uptrend. If you look at an asset and you see, okay, this is in an uptrend, we have a breakout, and you can assume that there is some sort of probability. You have, most of the time, you have an edge in buying bullish breakouts in an uptrend. If you manage your risk correctly, it should theoretically work. And things like that is fairly easy to back test, actually.
Yes, they are.
Yeah, this was a good disclaimer, Vitor. If it doesn't go our way, at least we have the excuse. It's not something that we usually do, or the pair that we
exactly. It's like, if we win, you're gonna have to wait with those statements until after, because if you win, you're gonna say, like, this is what I do every day. This is I'm the best at this, And then if you lose, you're like, well, you know what? Like, this is not a real account. This is just for fun, just entertainment. We actually have Jimmy. I believe I'm gonna be sending. So I did a interview with a funded trader of ours. His name is Jimmy. It's a video, should be up on our channel, and I'm gonna send him the link, and then if he wants to join, he'll free to do so. He might hop in here and talk trading with us. Let's see if we can bring him on.
So let's go, Pond.
I will be right back, guys. About 10 seconds.
All right. Oh, I'm getting tired, man. I gotta take a break soon. I gotta get some lunch. My son is sick. He's been up all night yesterday, and then this morning woke me up at 5 in the morning. That's it's a bit tired. 1, 2, 3, 4.
Those are the seconds that I've been awake.
He's
He's counting.
Oh, that's great. That's awesome. Okay, let's see what we have here. Guys, do me a favor, hit that like, and remember to subscribe to the channel. It hitting the like really helps us.
Yeah,
And also, if you like what we're doing here with the live trading, then make sure that you hit the like, because what I do is after every week I go through the live streams and I look at like which episodes have the best engagement and the best likes, and we basically try to replicate what you guys like, what you like the most. We try to give you more of, and I do think that, and I quite like live trading as well. I do like the idea of it's very good. It's a very good practice to do, to really expose yourself to the market and really put yourself to the test as a trader. It's a real challenge to trade in a way that you normally do not trade, but sometimes you can find gems in doing things that you normally aren't doing. Like, for example, when I'm trading gold here, I've found that a lot of times I get stopped out before price hitting my TP. So what I like to do is I like to enter small positions and only enter full position if I have a very clear confirmation. So what can happen is I can get stopped out many times on the way down, but eventually I'll have that strong confirmation, and that's when I go in with full size, and like I did yesterday, and get it back, because gold really likes to trick you in a sense. It likes to show you that, okay, so now currently we're using this support, but I would not be surprised to see a wick down and then it starts moving higher. Like, take out these lows and then it starts moving higher. But it looks like you have a double bottom here. It might wick up, wick down, and then it starts moving. And I think that's kind of like you need to create a relationship with the pair that you're trading. Kind of need to get to know it and how it moves.
Yeah.
Victor is super focused. Looks like he's setting up his
I am. Is the poll already finished?
Oh yeah, it is. Well, I'm gonna finish
so
it now.
It is
Okay, Nas. Yeah,
Nas
the winner is
100?
Nas. Yep.
Okay. And do we know anything about the time frame that I'm supposed
Okay.
to be looking at?
Do you want me to ask that time frame?
No, not necessarily. But I mean, I didn't know what the format was of the other polls you guys put out. But if in that case, I would choose it myself, right? So
okay, but you can't choose like the 4 hour. You have to like go on the lower time frames, because I'm not going to be waiting like 8 hours for confirmation.
I was just going to do that.
I think it would be good to look at maybe like the below the 1 hour.
Okay, I will be. Let me put on my screen.
Yeah, 5 minutes, 1 minute, 10 seconds. Something like
that. NAS on 10 seconds is probably not looking great.
Let me put my screen on.
We should do like we should try Bitcoin on the lower time frames. I know the not the slippage, but the spreads isn't perfect, but it'd be good for people to see, like, because I believe Bitcoin definitely on the 5ers should be traded more of with a swing trade approach.
Mm-hmm.
NAS before New York Open. Yeah, it's interesting.
Do we have any any idea, any requirement as to holding time, things like that? Nothing. I'm free to go as I please.
Well,
what did you guys do? How did you?
What I did was basically they selected gold, and then they selected my anchor time frame as the 15-minute and entry time frame as 5-minute. But I'm not getting any confirmation. Even, I mean, that's the thing. If sometimes we're lucky with volatility, sometimes nothing happens.
Sure. All right. Let me do. I'll do a little analysis, or at least a a process, step by step, what I would be doing if I were to trade this. And actually, I am going to trade it, so that makes it even more exciting. All right, so I'll start as usual, top-down analysis on the weekly time frame, just to see where is price heading, or at least wanting to, where is it coming from. And we have retested order blocks on both sides, so we are kind of in a range coming from at the end of an uptrend. So it's likely that we have a consolidation, and we're in the end we'll break up to the upside, right? That's the general idea. I mean, it's not a projection or anything, but we are currently now in a bearish order block within that range. Anything else? I see a bearish order block here. It's actually an outside bar. I don't know how what is the frequency of
I like
outside
this,
bars.
Henrik. The only criteria is to be profitable. Yeah, trade should be closed in profit only requirement. I like this. This is definitely a realistic expectation.
All right, so I see this is what I see. So I start from the daily, and from the daily, of course, I see that quasi that I've talked about, and that's why I have it on the chart. That's the established downtrend that got broken, comes back to that. Let me see. This is the daily. So this is we had two order blocks. This one was invalidated right there, but the last one did its job. Price reacted from it very nicely on the first time. It didn't take over the buy, didn't signal, but it did on the second time. So we have a daily buy signal, at least on the quasi, on the daily time frame. And the initial structure, or the last, I should say, not initial, the target would be this, and the target has been hit already. So that's one thing I wish that wouldn't have had, because that would make my job much easier. I could just target that. All right, so we had it made it went from here to there, right, from the entry order block on the daily to the last order block on that time frame. Normally, you can choose, not normally, you can choose structures close to the top of the order block of the structure, but you can as well just target the whole structure, right? So the extreme as well. And then that's actually where I would like to have my bias. The thought, not a thought, but the expectation that price will eventually close that, complete that structure completely, right? Meaning reaching that high and taking it out, completing that reversal pattern, right? And let me move that around. So that's on the daily time frame. We did have, sellers coming in here after we touched that order block. But what do we see yesterday? We had a new order block being formed. In spite of hitting that upper last order block in the structure of the quasi, the buyers didn't let go of price by much, by just one bar. Sellers came in right away yesterday. The buyers came back. So that tells me that it's likely we're going to have some upward push in the next couple of bars. But that's on the daily, so that doesn't really help me on today or for our little challenge here. So I know it looks kind of weird having two areas very tight, but that's what it is. Price is creating structures on both sides very, very close to each other, actually even overlapping, making it indecisive and a little bit difficult to read which direction in what, because it can go both, right? It has reason to go short from here, go much lower because of that order block, and also to retest this and continue higher. So that makes it a little bit tricky, quite tricky, I should say, not just a little bit. Okay, going low time frames. What else do I see? All right, so we have a reversal pattern, which is not something I would want to see, because on the daily I would want to be long. So, but we do have a reversal pattern, and the order block on that reversal is here, and you can see how price comes back to that very beautiful order block and reacts nicely to it. I mean, isn't that beautiful? right? It creates it here, comes back to it, and reacts beautifully to it. I mean, isn't that? I don't know. I never stops to amaze me how price reacts, how technical analysis, price action reading works.
And that's a gap as well. Like the gap goes down
You mean
to
this
the
one?
very low right there. Yeah.
Yeah, there is a gap, but usually maybe it's also because this is the CFD, right? So it's right. It doesn't.
But I believe we did have a gap on Monday because we had the tariffs.
Indeed. Yes.
With the tariffs of the weekend.
That's correct. All right. So what do we see? There is a order block here, which price could be using if it is going to reverse back. We are within the daily order block. It is losing its freshness, so I don't like that. And of course, we have this order block, which was the the inflection point of the gap that was created within the gap while the gap was being created. The structure is still on the high. The market structure is still bullish because this low didn't take out the previous swing low. So it can still switch over. I don't like the reversal pattern, but it's there, so we have to listen to it. Other than that, it looks on the hourly stat, it's not reversing yet. So if that is the case, I want to be short. If I had to choose for the next couple of hours, I don't have anything here telling me that it's ready to make that reversal from the daily and move from this order block higher, because that's what I expect. But I don't have anything here indicating, not to the left, not to the locally, that indicating that reversal is going to come like anytime soon. I mean, this can continue to go a long way before it actually, the daily, starts kicking in. And maybe it's going to be waiting for the New York Open to, show its hand. But if anything here, I say the sellers are in control. And that's the direction that I would be wanting to go if I don't want to, if I want to, have something for short term of just an hour, or maybe even less, who knows. Let me go to lower time frames, see what else I see. So we do see here an order block on the H2. This is not the usual process, not the exact usual process, because I've got it optimized for my way of trading for EU. But it is using the exact concepts that I use every day, which is the order block, the quasis, and top-down analysis, using freshness of the order blocks, and so on. Okay, what else? I don't see anything else. Very nice. Look at that. Look at how it reacts to that order block, the hourly. And I would suspect, right, I see that there is an order block there, but I would suspect that it is, this is the 1 hour. I would suspect that it's trying to reach this order block. If that is the case, then that reinforces the idea that I would want to be short, but I would have wanted to be short from this point. And not, while it's already almost halfway through its target, So it's not ideal. You would want to, be entering the trade something in here instead of, and targeting perhaps that, instead of entering here. That doesn't make sense, right? So I think I wouldn't want to be entering that high. All right, let's see. I see someone's reacting to saying in the void, is saying order block. You're muted. I think you're muted.
Oh, I'm muted. Yeah, I'm muted.
Yeah.
That was fun though. I like this order blocks for a while. That's gonna be the new. That's gonna be definitely gonna be a new theme. Victor, I'm terribly sorry to jump in and interrupt you here, but we do have we got Jimmy in the background. Can I get a thumbs up if I'm able to add you? Can you hear me? Thumbs up. No,
He said
can you
yes.
hear me? Can you hear me?
No.
Can you hear
He
me? Can you hear me?
said yes.
All right, right.
Can you hear me?
All right, what's up, man? Welcome, Jimmy.
How you going, guys?
Hey, man, how's it going?
Good,
You've
nice.
seen the interview, right? It's up on YouTube.
Yep, I've seen it. Good job.
Nice.
Good job.
So, if you guys don't know, I did a traders interview with Jimmy the other week. So it's a funded trader with us, and yeah, wanted to get him on the live stream here. Welcome, man. How's it going?
No, thank you. Yeah, just jumped on. Took a few trades. I was just looking at USD and GU. So I'm pretty much going long on GU and short on UJ. Long on UJ as well. So just little 20, 30 pips sort of thing. So just try to get in and out sort of thing and done for the night if I can achieve that.
What time is it over at your place now?
It's 11 p.m. So we just had a late dinner. That's why I couldn't really make it before. So yeah.
Late. Oh, you had dinner now. 11.
Yeah, no, about 9 p.m. when you texted me. So
right. Okay. I'm like 11. Yeah. That's not dinner.
Yeah. And this is home late from work. So yeah.
All right. Nice, man. Nice. Well, yeah. I would love for you to maybe show us what you've got going on in the markets here. I know it's late,
cool.
but you probably have. We always have some time before going to bed. It's always like when I usually like at 4 or 5, I usually get super tired, and then when it's 10, I'm about to go to bed. I feel like I can sit up and trade all night.
Yeah,
weird how that works.
Yeah, I've been there, staying up late trading. It's not a good feeling.
Yeah. Not a good idea either. Not a good idea. Gold is breaking out, by the way. If we're looking at gold, I'm gonna just quickly share my screen here. Yeah. We have gold. Let's see. Well, okay, it's not breaking out, but it's very close here. So, the idea here would be to buy that breakout. So I'm still looking at that. Henry, you're also from Australia, I believe. So it's probably maybe you guys can have a late dinner together at like 12 or something.
Yeah, I used to be a big night owl, so.
All right, can you do you know how to share your screen?
Sort of. This is the first time I'm using it, so I'm assuming you press on present.
Yes.
Oh yeah, that's right.
Yep. Share screen. Share screen.
We get a lot of people from Australia, it seems. Yeah, by the way, Victor, sorry for jumping in and interrupting you. I didn't really know
no problem at all.
When Jimmy was joining.
No problem at all. I heard something. A notification in the background when Jimmy, when you came on. By the way, welcome, Jimmy.
Thanks, nice meeting you. Yeah, but I've been watching
great
you.
Having you here. So. Great having you here. I did hear the notification when you came in, but as usual, when I start, doing something, explaining something, I kind of lose track of everything around me.
Yeah, we know, Victor. That's definitely one of your strengths, man.
It's a good thing. Very informative. Very informative.
Yeah, you really love order blocks.
So I've shared my screen.
Yeah. Okay, let's see. Because we've got a lot of lines. So yeah, this guy is actually trading and doing analysis on MetaTrader. That's a gold medal right there, being able to actually do that.
Yeah, so I've got all my tools on this. So we don't really have tools on MT5 yet, so I'm still using MT4. Right. So this is what I've been used to for about 7 years, sort of thing. So I've actually got a UJ trade here now with a little bit of a breakout. So I'm just targeting yesterday's high, sort of thing. So my main ones are M and Ws. So I like to trade, mostly M and Ws. Even here on the TDI, to me that's like a W sort of thing, and then push high to the yesterday's highs to about. Remember when I was talking to you about the 50 and the 00 numbers?
Yeah.
Yeah. So I'm usually it's near the 50 number sort of thing. So I'm targeting that, or until it breaks through, or if it comes back and breaks the 13 EMA, I'm just getting out of that sort of thing. So now I'm just riding the wave.
Yes, you're kind of a momentum trader, right?
Correct. You can see here as well, there's a nice M structure on the previous day's high. So I basically trade that as soon as it breaks the 13 EMA. That's basically a sell from me from here, and that's a good.
But what's the M structure?
M structure, just like an M formation. So M.
Yeah, but I can't see it though. Where is it?
Over here, can you see it? I'm just this here.
Yeah, I guess kind of.
Yeah.
But it's definitely. I understand what you're saying, because it's definitely a reversal top type of.
Correct, and you've got 3 weeks at yesterday's high as well. That gives me a better confirmation as well, sort of thing. So
yeah, exactly, double top.
Yeah,
as you mentioned.
Yeah, and basically, like you'd ride it. Like I didn't take this trade yesterday, but you'd ride it basically until breaks the 13 EMA sort of thing. I would have got out here, and that would have been my trade, or I probably would have left early because this is a bit late for me. This would be about like 2-3 a.m. So I wouldn't be
right. So you're trading. You're doing your analysis on MT4, and then you're trading on MT5.
Correct.
Do I see correctly? You have TDI there as an indicator.
Yeah, I've got TDI. Yeah, and I've got
How do you use it, or what do you use it for?
Just momentum, the trend sort of thing. If it breaks above the midline, it gives me an indication it's sort of like changing direction. I don't usually target a lot of pips. I usually go for 20 to 30 pips. If I do see a big movement, they'll be on the hourly, and I'll look for a bigger M structure. And that'll be obviously in a supply and demand zone sort of thing. If it does reverse, I trade levels as well. So if there's like 3 days of fall or rise, I'd look for a reversal then as well.
Nice.
The TDI is RSI, right? Isn't it?
They're very similar,
it's almost like a Bollinger Band on the RSI, isn't it?
Correct. Yeah.
Interesting. Very interesting.
Yeah, and I've got average daily range as well. So that takes the highs and the lows of the past 14 days. And it just gives you an indication of where it could possibly head for the day sort of thing. So if I'm correct, like if I ride this, it could end up going to the ADR. But I'm just obviously going to yesterday's high.
So what would be like? Are you following the traditional buy and sell signals on TDI, or are you looking at like oversold and overbought, or how does that work? Because I guess the green line crossing the red one is a buy signal, and then
correct. Well, basically here's a good vector. It's called a vector move. So there's a nice V formation, just go in and out sort of thing. So that gives me an indication that there's going to be a push up high sort of thing. So yeah,
nice. I remember when we did the interview as well. I like the way that it's quite systematic, the way you're using the indicators. I remember yesterday we had someone in the comments saying like, there was too many indicators on the chart and everything. But this is a good example of how you can actually combine different indicators and create actionable buy and sell signals. Have you? How have you like back tested this?
Well, I've got some files on my computer. I probably got about maybe 2 years of testing. I'll just look for my favorite one is the M and W formation on the blue tracer, so which is like yesterday's high or yesterday's low. That's my ultimate. So when I see that, that's where I sort of increase to 1 or 1.5% risk, depending how far it is. If it's pushed a little bit further, I'll decrease my lot size sort of thing and go maybe 0.5%. So I can have my stop high, because usually we get like nice stop hunts. So we don't like the stop hunts.
I don't like that. So you're trading. What pairs are you trading? This is on USD/JPY, but you're trading other pairs as well, right?
Yes, GU as well.
Right.
So So GU, I've actually got a sell here, but I'm probably looking to get out of it. It's not my best. Yeah, not a real fan of it, to be honest. So I might just click out of that one.
Is this was this sell today, or is that where that red arrow is?
Pardon me.
When did you get? When did you sell?
Probably about an hour ago.
After the crossover moving averages.
Yeah. Because I'm on the 30-minute time frame. I've got like the 200 EMA crossover, the 800 EMA, and we're still on the second level, I think. If you can see that. So that would be the high, and it's got 3 times ADR, so that's obviously 3 times the fall. So we're still at 2100. So we've still got a little bit more to push down to the ADR, I think.
Yes, my fiance is texting me. She wants me to get some lunch, so I gotta get lunch.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay, Jimmy. I'll see you. I'll see you next time. You'll join. We'll try to trade some more together and in future live sessions. Yeah. Okay. I'll be back. I'll be back a bit later. See you guys.
No worries.
Yeah, thank you.
See you.
Thank you, Jonathan.
All right. Okay.
It's great. I have used TDI in the past, long time ago. So it's so versatile. You can do many things with it.
How did you use it? What were you using it for? Like, what was your strategy with it?
I was looking for. Let me see if I can remember it. It was a very long time ago. I would. I think it was the 15 and the 5 minute, and the sell signal. Hold on.
Mm-hmm.
My throat making it a little bit difficult.
I need some water.
Yeah, but so Jimmy, you get the signals from the indicator, but then you open the trades manually, correct?
Yeah, so I've got another platform. I've obviously got the 5ers platform, the MT4, because I can't really use all those plugins on MT5 because the course I done, there's all his materials from when I started, so I can't really, share them to other people or sell them to other people. I can't. Yeah, so I just use them myself, sort of thing.
Yeah, that's nice.
Yeah.
I do also. Yeah, I do also do my analysis on MT4, but again, nowadays our platforms are on MT5. It's just because some of the indicators or something like that, they don't. You cannot really use the same one that you use on MT4 to MT5.
Yeah. Well, look, I'm too used to it. Like I've tried TradingView and stuff like that, and I'm just
I'm old school as well.
8 years now. I've been using that. So
exactly. And I have hotkeys and
I don't want to
everything for
change.
MT4. Yeah. Yeah, someone is asking for, and I was on Bitcoin.
And of course, I was muted while I was talking. No, I was saying the coming back to TDI. If I'm not mistaken, it was an EMA strategy where you look for for the higher time frames to have a certain, being bullish on. I believe it was on the. I don't actually remember exactly, but it was on the H1, and then on the 50-minute, you want the price to touch a certain EMA, and then on the TDI, you wait for that entry on the 5-minute. Okay. And the entry would be after it took out the outer border, the outer lines, and then comes back, and you also look for divergence at that same moment on the 5-minute as well, and then you target. I believe it was a fixed number of pips based on the ranges or based on the sessions, and it's quite good. I mean, to start your trading career or trading journey on, because it's quite mechanical. You just wait for your signals to trade. So I like that a lot, but that was a long time ago. As you have noticed, I've not revisited that that strategy in a very long time ago. How did you come about using this TDI?
Pardon me?
How did you come about using TDI? I mean, what brought you to TDI?
Oh, this is what I was taught, sort of thing. I've never really found it myself. It's just what I got taught from my coach or my mentor, sort of thing. So they taught me how to trade.
Great stuff.
Yeah.
So in the meantime, I took a trade because we are doing sort of
some competition.
Yeah, it's not a competition. It's more like a demonstration as to how you can. We let the audience pick the pair, and I think they let the audience pick the time frame as well. I didn't, and we look for the same things we do on our usual pair. We do that on this pair, or at least we try to incorporate the same kind of concepts. So I did take a trade, a short on NAS. I will show it on my screen. Let me see what makes sense. I took the trade. It's on MT5, of course, but let me go see. It is this trade. It's not exactly. Let me see if I can find it. Right. The idea is I was explaining that I think, right, my reading is that what is price. We have on the higher time frames, of course, I'm expecting price to reverse and to continue higher because of this order block, because of the structure, because of the reversal, because of we have bullish trend, etc. However, on the lower time frames, it's not clear where is it going to do that yet, since this order block isn't exactly something that I deem to be high probability in reversing price. It's not fresh, it's not part of a quasi, etc. But it is on the retracements. So I would expect, at least that's my initial expectation. And since I don't have the luxury to wait, I would normally just wait for the patterns to emerge, meaning I wouldn't be taking the trade right now. I'll be wait for that. But if I had to take the trade, and this is that's the entertainment part of this exercise, what can I use to decide what is the likely direction it's going to be taking? And since we left in H4 order block right here, H2 I should say. It is an H2. An H2 order block was created, retested. I would assume that move isn't over yet. It's going to go a little bit lower before it decides whether or not this intersection is going to be the reason for it to reverse. Although I don't think it's a high probability structure that's going to reverse price, but it could. So my idea is that we're going to have this move in the next couple of, I don't know, an hour or so, this move going, and it might need to retrace a little bit higher before doing so.
Yeah.
And if it does that, then okay. So that's the idea. And I see Alex is in the background. Nice. So that is the idea. And I'm the other thing is, okay, so how am I going to frame this? And I'm using this order block, although I'm a bit late, I should say, because if I wanted to use this order block, that wick there would be the area to trade it, right? I would want to get in on that wick and do something like this, perhaps something like that, to get into the trade. But as I said, this is more illustrative in terms of the process, and there's a little bit of entertainment in here. I already took the trade, and the trade was, to be exact, my entry is at 52. Let me see if that's correct. 52. I mean, maybe the price feed isn't the same, perhaps 51. Yeah, it isn't. There is a difference in price, but so I'm not gonna show it in terms of the Later on, I will put my MT5 on. But the trade is roughly something like this. I think it's a little bit higher because I have a little bit right above 1 to 1, so it's about 1 to 0.1.
Okay.
And that's the idea. It's a simple. This is not the trade plan that I normally execute, but it is using the same ideas, same top down, same order blocks. Losing for quasi, there isn't one in this case, but it's using the idea that price moves from one order block to the other one, and until it creates those structures and changes direction. And until then, if it doesn't do that, I'm going to assume it's going to continue its way, having sort of a trend towards that goal. And that goal is this H4 order block right here.
Yeah.
And that's it. And we'll see how it will fare with our audience. I hope it's educational for everyone. I see Alex has joined us, and Michael as well. Welcome, guys. No problem.
How you doing? Sorry, I was muted twice there for some reason. Apologies. How you doing, guys?
Good, mate. Yourself?
Yeah, not too bad. Not too bad. I'm looking at a nice little opportunity actually. Just as I was coming in, I was just looking at the strength scores, and we got a nice big gap between Euro and JPY. So Euro J looks like a nice buy opportunity potentially. I'm just going to wait for a retest of the most recent lows. We're just crossing over Alex's favorite 200 EMA. So yeah, we'll see. On the 15-minute, it looks nice for potential buys. But how are you guys doing? How's today's Tuesday looking?
Not too bad so far. Got a trade on UJ and GU.
Okay.
Both buys at the moment. So
have I been
the
whole time?
Yeah, you've been muted the whole time.
Oh, God, bloody. There you go. So yeah, I've been muted the whole time. I've been trying to, in the back end, I've just been trying to sort out the layers because I know Pedro's in the back and it's going to be like loads of people in here. So we need to get 2 or 3 on this side and then 2 on the other side. It's not working for me at the moment. I'm trying to do this while everybody's streaming, but I'm also long pound and there's about to be news, so I don't know what's going to happen with that as well.
What in about 45 minutes? Yeah.
We've got
we've
got the governor of the Bank of England talking, and you don't know what he's going to talk about. You don't know what he's going to say. So. But it's all right. This is on our challenge account, isn't it, Michael? So there you go. Set and forget. Yeah, but that's what we said.
Are you at break even right now on that one?
Yeah, probably. Let's have a look. Oh, no, I'm actually in drawdown.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure you're not as close. I'm on 9% drawdown. Just been Friday just killed me. Killed me.
Jesus.
I wanted to try out, Abe's competition without being part of it. So consider this me starting with what was it Resurrection Royale or whatever it's called. So
Abe is such a gamer, man. That's the most gamerish type of thing, like gamerish sounding challenge ever, isn't it? Let me pull up the MT5 and I'll show you the reason why I got into this trade as well. If my computer actually does what it's supposed to do. There you go.
Want EU?
No, that's my chart. I'm
sorry.
looking at no problem. I'm always, because those are the pairs that I trade, EU and GU. I'm always go back to those and revisit the analysis, update structures that are broken, and reading price basically during the day. Even though of course the challenge or the game, if I would call it that, the illustration trade is on Nasdaq, so I need to watch, keep a look on that trade. But since there's nothing else to do, I'm not gonna manage this trade. I'm just gonna let it. Well, I don't intend to manage the trade unless I see something particular. I'm just gonna let it reach stop loss or TP. And we'll just watch it as it does it, and maybe explain a little bit if I see something to be explained. But in the meantime, EU and GU they are my go-to pair. So if you have, if my screen sometimes may be on, I'll automatically go to those by default.
Yeah, I think they've both got really nice opportunities to go long. The GU, I think, is still long. The only issue is obviously you've got news coming out which could just spike in certain directions. We've had obviously this nice breakdown lower, and there you go. You can see the obvious reasons why we've had a reaction right there to just hit that leg 50% fib. So you can obviously see why that would have a reaction, but it's also broken a little bit of this local structure. So I'm just looking for it to come to that 200 EMA. This is the 5K high stakes challenge that myself and Michael are doing on Alpha Beta. So that this is not I'm not taking this on another account just because there's news and I don't want to actually get stopped out on proper money. But simulated money, we can just take the trade, you know? So yeah, that is what I'm looking at. I don't know what anybody else is looking at. Michael, what you're looking at?
Yeah, so I'm looking at UJ actually. Let me just quickly share my screen, and you guys can see what I've got going on. So yeah, the news that Alex is talking about is this one here, with Governor Bailey due to speak, and then we've also got the Fed Chair Powell speaking later on as well. So there's no statistics coming out. It's all just a question of, does Powell say hi or say hey, or is he going to say hello, or how you doing?
Yeah.
But just looking.
We're losing your mic a little bit, Michael.
Oh, my new mic not playing up. There you go. Oh,
and you told me to get one as well.
Good. Trying to block out the background noise, and you can't hear me. So Euro JPY looking like a really nice kind of gap between them. So if I pull that up on my chart, you can see that we've got a nice. I might have actually missed it already, if I'm honest, because it's already on a move. But on the 15-minute. We've got a nice break of the 200 EMA, which I know you're a big fan of, Alex. And we've got this big move up. So if we can get back down to this level here, this one here, then I'd be looking for a buy. But I have a feeling I may have missed it.
Stick on. Oh, have you started using EMAs?
Yeah.
Ooh, yeah. Baby.
Yeah.
Look at you.
Look at him. Lush. Look at him.
I am loving this. Now
Alex's,
now we're winning. We are
Alex's
winning.
ego is just gonna pump
I love
like
this.
nothing.
I am. Oh mate, it warms my heart. It warms my heart.
You know what's going to warm my heart is when you start opening up the 11 and the 7-minute charts. You know,
I will. Do you know what? Now we're doing this. I am going to start opening those 11 and 7 minutes.
11 and 7 minutes.
11 and 7 minutes. It's the future. I'm telling you, it is the future. They can just give you visibility on the charts that you don't necessarily see otherwise. So you know, you look at the 11-minute, you look at the 7-minute. It just gives you a nicer picture sometimes when you can't necessarily see how price is necessarily going to move otherwise. Sometimes price movement is hidden in the 1 hour candle or the 15-minute because they're all interlinked, whereas the 7 and the 11 often overlap on those 1 hour candles. So they'll bake in things like the news and those sorts of things, and it can give you just a little bit of a different perspective. So I even have it all the way up to the 11-day and the 11 hour as well. And again, it just gives you a different feel of what the market is doing, as opposed to you know, the standard daily or hourly or whatever. So the 11 hour is really nice because the 11 hour often gives me the inside bars that I look for as liquidity levels. So you can see here that we had pretty much a liquidity levels here for an inside bar, here as well. This one was taken by an engulfing candle. This one hasn't been, and this one hasn't been. So those are two liquidity levels that I'd be targeting. So I'm half tempted to get in on a swing on this, but it's not really my cup of tea doing swings. I prefer the kind of the more sniper trades. So it might pull back down now, actually, retest this area, and then it'd be a good opportunity for a buy.
What's your usual stop loss?
Normally I'd be about here. So I'd be looking for a retest of this engulfing wick, and I'd just be below that. So normally very, very tight stops. And then, you know, I'm then looking at a 1 to 5, 1 to 10 RR trade potentially. So it is pulling back, but on the 1 minute, it's got a bit of a way to go. So it's hard to see whether it's going to do it or not. But what's interesting is if you look at it on the 1 minute, the other liquidity levels that I look for are wickless candles, and we've got quite a few of those here. That one's not a wickless candle, but this one is, and that's an equal low as well. So that's major liquidity, and you've also got this level here. So I'd be expecting price to come back for these levels before it moves on further up, because it's lower level, lower time frame liquidity. So that's what I'd be looking at the moment, potentially as a buy opportunity. But I need to wait for price to come down to my level, otherwise I'm just chasing it.
Let's have a look. I think that pound position just looks. If it wasn't news, I'd be super happy just to dump a load in there. That sounds so bad. That just came out totally wrong. I meant like dump like a large amount of orders.
Alex, honestly, we just can't trust you anymore, man. Honestly, what is it with these phrases that you're coming out, man?
Sorry, yeah.
Honestly,
bloody hell.
Alex is just like.
I was thinking about dropping a nice 10 lot on there. Yeah. A nice 10 lot.
Oh, really? Yeah.
Yeah, a nice 10 lot, but. But I don't think that's gonna happen until the news comes out. It's all about process, isn't it, Michael, on these 5Ks?
It sure is, my friend. It sure is. EU actually looks decent for buys potentially as well when it comes down on the 1 minute. It's coming down to the 200 EMA, so which would tie in.
The only thing is I don't like that price action. I'll tell you what now. Then again, if pound goes up, normally we're going to see a nice push up. But this, that type of rounded type of distribution type of pattern. I'm not on trading view, so I can't do lovely little lines and squiggles. But especially in coming into this area as well.
Yeah. Did I tell you about the trade I took yesterday on our stream?
Which one was that?
I took this one.
That's on your chart. Yeah, on your chart, it looks really, really nice. It looks really nice to the upside, to be fair. But you know that kind of breaking, that EMA strategy I keep telling you about, coming back to the 200 EMA. If you have a look at the price action just before where the price is actually right now, that is a perfect example of what I'm talking about. You had, that distribution pattern right now, right where that area, that pivot low where you're looking at now. No, down.
This one.
Down. That one. That would have been beautiful. If you take the fib as well from that area, from the pivot low beneath to that pivot high of that little move, I bet you've got a 50 fib right there. Have you got it on it? Is that gone on to hit a 50?
Yep. Bang on. Tapped into it and off it went.
And then we're straight to the 200 EMA. Beautiful.
If only I was watching this earlier. Only I was
we
watching it
can't.
earlier.
Yeah, I know. Yeah, we've been too busy.
Yeah, but you know what? This was a slightly annoying one because this was the one I took yesterday. When we were talking, and as you can see, it did go in my favor, but my TP was too far, so I ended up. I actually closed it at break even when I saw it coming back down against me. But I was hoping that we were at least going to get to this level here because we've got liquidity on the 4 hour here. So if I show you...
I wouldn't be surprised if that's where it's going now, though, isn't it?
Oh, totally. Yeah, it's definitely going to go there now. So you can see it's coming for this inside bar, and it will probably come up to this area here, up to this this kind of price level. I can see that happening. Whether it happens today or not, I don't know, but I can see that being a level that it wants to come and retest because we have got liquidity at this level as well. At least by my definition, anyway.
You did catch a nice move there, Mike.
Yeah, just too ambitious with my TP as usual. So,
tell me about it. The reasons why I use the fib extension is because I'm greedy and I always try to push targets. So if I've got it on, if I say I'm getting in at the 50 and I'm getting out at the minus 50, I don't leave myself open to being greedy because I just know. Now the only thing with that is when it moves, I leave a lot of profits on the table. Now on FX, it's like 1 out of 10 trades ends up to be, one day where it actually moves like crazy and it's like, wow, you missed loads of profits. But the majority of the time you don't. It just ranges in 2 levels for a week, and then one day it just turns out to be the day that there's a nice extension. But on gold, let's say once that goes, realistically you want to be kind of trailing stops because it goes, you leave a lot of money on the table if you just take it out at that level. That's the trade-off, right? We it looks, those times we leave money on the table, it looks like we did something wrong, but it's when we see all the trades we have taken, and the question is, are we actually getting most of the trades? And by trades I mean plural, not just that one that ran, but all of them. And normally when we move our TP to much more conservative levels, it may look like we're leaving things on the table, but because of the higher probability of hitting your TP, you're actually keeping more money in the long run. And that's a little, it's counterintuitive. It doesn't make sense for you to say, well, I'm gonna stop here, even though I know it's probably gonna go a little higher. But that's what the data a lot of the time tells us. So I like that you're progressing, moving towards that. Knowingly, consciously leaving some on the table, but doing it for a good reason. Yeah, I agree.
I like GU as well. Someone loving your glasses.
Yeah, but Jonatan is in the background.
It is Jonatan. It is our own.
Of course it is. He didn't turn up to the stream because he wants to chill at home and manage everything in the back end.
He just wants to troll you from from behind the scenes.
Do you know what it is? Do you know what it is? He's got into a massive trade and he doesn't want to show his trading. He doesn't want to show his MT5. That's why.
Yeah.
For me.
Great glasses, Alex. How you can see your stop loss more clearly. Oh, now you can see your stop loss more clearly.
Alex is just getting ribbed today.
Jonatan says it's not him. Jonatan says it's not him.
Yeah,
Jonatan says it's not Jonatan.
It's definitely Jonatan. It's either Jonatan or it's Pedro in the background. Someone is either someone. I'm trying to get this layout sorted so we can get everybody on and it doesn't look bad. So let me sort this.
How about the circle ones? They were kind of smaller. Maybe.
Ooh, I didn't think about that. Yeah. Oh, hold on a second. Let's see
maybe we can have more on at the same time.
Okay, let's try the circles. Pedro, you jumping on with us, or shake your head 3 times? Yeah, he's jumping on with us. So okay, we've done the circles now, and we're just the 5ers Trading Room live. There you go. And now it disappears. Okay, there you go. This looks super strange. This looks so weird.
It's like floating heads.
It would be good.
It looks like a. It looks like a really intense Loom recording.
Yeah. A Loom party. That's what it is.
Yeah.
Oh
exactly.
God.
I reckon actually I might, rather than trying to catch that buy on EUJP, I might actually try and sell it back down to the 200.
It's a lot. Yeah.
This is a nice reaction area. We'll see what happens.
What is? Yeah, go on a 15-minute quickly.
That's the 15.
What would the fib level from that last order block to the top of there? Where would that be?
From here?
No, from that last order block in the middle.
This one?
No, the one you see. You've got the movement right now. That leg of movement.
Yeah.
I was talking about a bit higher up.
This one?
The most recent leg. The next one.
This one?
Yeah.
I don't know.
What's the fib reading from that?
You call it order blocks. I have no idea. What
I don't.
what
I
you
call it
define
order
as an
blocks
order
because
block.
Victor's here. I would have just said a little bit of consolidation.
Oh dear.
So look, you could see if you can find a sell position that goes down into that 50 area. In theory, if it's coming in 1 minute, but there's a lot of momentum. You're just gonna have to see if.
That's why. Yeah, it's going to be a sniper trade on the 1 minute basically.
Sniper.
So it is going to be literally in and out and see what comes of it. But that's so extended that it has to pull back down, in my view. That's a really big pump. So we'll see what plays out.
Let me put gold on. Let's see what's happening with gold.
What confirmation do you want to see for a short in there?
Michael.
Sorry, I didn't realize you were talking to me. Confirmation, ideally, what I want to see is kind of a wick push down. So my kind of main setup that I look for would be something like basically an engulfing retest. So I'm just trying to find an example of that right now. So you got a semi-decent example of it here actually with this setup. So you had price reverse back here, came back down, tested this area, and then pushed on up. The higher the time frame, the stronger those kind of moves are. So you've got another one here where this one has created a zone. So this whole wick is a zone of interest for me. Price has dipped down into it, has dipped down again and created this engulfing. So then when I see that, I'd then be looking for an entry on a lower time frame. So for example, on the 1 minute to then get in on a lower entry, lower time frame entry. So this one at the moment actually opened up without a wick, which says to me that we probably will see something pull back to come and get it at some point. Whether it happens now, I'm not so sure.
It's nice. It's hitting that EMA as well. It's the first touch of that EMA in that bit of price action. So if you get, let's say, a next candle that goes up really sharp, takes out that high, then breaks that structure, comes back down, breaks that low, then you just wait for a break, retest, continuation, or break and retest into that 50 fib. That would be a nice setup.
See that on the 5 minute. That on the 5 minute is a semi-decent setup, because if you see the zone that I've marked out as an engulfing candle on the 5 minute. So the reason I marked it out was because it was on the 15 there, and that really started the main move. and it's coming in and it's tapping into it. So we've got another 4 minutes left on that 15-minute candle. We'll see if it continues to go down or not. It might just go, because it was just such a big push up. It might just come straight back down again. So we'll see.
Yeah, I was just checking it out on the TDI. Looked pretty extreme on the TDI on the 1 minute. So
yeah.
It'd be really nice if you get equal tops, equal highs, and then a break of that local structure. Taking it down to the first EMA would be a nice little scalp, to be honest.
Let's see.
But gold, I'm not looking at trading gold.
Stay away
There's no trade for me trading gold long at the moment. There's no trade for me going short at the moment because we're just in a range.
Yeah, and that we all know that that's no good for you.
Yeah, I don't want to lose this challenge.
Alex doesn't like a range.
I don't like a range. I will lose my ass in a range, so I can't do it. To be polite about it.
I'd hate to know what you're doing if you're being rude about it.
I bet Jonathan. Do you know that was a Freudian slip, because I bet Jonathan warned us that we've got to talk. We're not like on ABL now. We've got to be like that. So I bet Jonathan's listening to this and he's like, you know what? I told those kids, told them not to swear. There you go. So what does that look like on the 1 minute now? Maybe that break.
It's tested it.
That's your equal highs right there. If you get a little bit of a break, put your stop above the high and take profit. The only thing is though, you got to have a good spread. Otherwise, you just what's the point? You know, it's just a one-to-one trade with spread and commissions. It's like, is it really worth it?
Yeah. Let's see. I'm going to go in. Going in.
Okay.
All or nothing. I've got to somehow rescue this. I've got to rescue this 5K challenge. So
we've got to everybody pump it up for Michael.
No, sell it down. Sell it down.
Sell it down. Sell it down. Just the opposite. Just the opposite.
Pull it down.
Yeah. Wait. Tell me when you executed though. Did you execute?
Yeah. I'm in.
Okay. We're in. What level are you in?
I am in at 57240. So just actually here because of spread. So my stop's up here.
God, I hate spread on yen.
And I'll be looking for something like that. That's a nice 222. I'll happily take that.
And the management, are you gonna trail the stop to put them to break even?
Yeah, once I see it break past this area here and push further down, then I'll just put it as a break even. This is probably the next area that is going to see some resistance. So I'll be looking on the 1 minute. I'll be looking for some kind of indication as to whether it's going to break through it or not. But we'll see. Right now, it's just chopping and changing.
Yeah, let it do its thing. When's pound news coming out?
In 15 minutes, right?
Yeah.
15 minutes
15
or 50 minutes?
15.
1-5.
Yeah.
I remember it's a speech, so let's just remember that he's.
That's true. Yeah.
It could be at any time.
Yeah. I would like to. That's my screen, right? Yes, it is. Yes, it is. I would like to share because I'm hopping off in a couple of minutes, and I'll be coming back in 1 hour later. I would like to show not my trade because I haven't taken the trade yet, but this is the setup that I'm looking at right now. We have a daily order block. Just to get the picture, this is a daily structure that we reacted upon, a couple of days ago, and so the reason or the moment, the level where this movement is coming from is very relevant, very strong, in my opinion. And if we go to the lower time frames, before we could do so, we are retesting a daily order block, right? Within the direction of that reaction that I just mentioned before. And then we go to the H4. And unlike EU, we are having, the market is switching over. We do have a quasi on the H4, but there's no order block. This one has been invalidated already, so there's no reason for us to be taking a long based on the quasi. This would be the area based on the quasi where I'm interested in entering, but we're not there yet. And so what do we have is we started decelerating, created an H4 fresh one, but it was not respected, as you can see. So the sellers are still in control, if we consider that. However, we have just created outside bar there on the H4, so that is enough for me to put a line on a possible reversal. So I went to the H2. I see a order block as well, not in the H1 but in the H2, and that's enough alignment for me to take a trade. That means that I can trade and there is an H4 order block here. I can use that as a target. Even though, yes, the higher time frames are telling me that this move can continue to go higher, but I haven't had the higher time frame signals yet to indicate it is the moment that we're gonna have that follow through in continuation. So I can't target that. So if anything, if it's going to have any kind of reaction, that's my initial place that I'm going to be targeting, right? That order block. And then I go to the lower time frames and I look for where should I be getting in, right? Between those yellow lines, that is the area that supposedly has started or is being reversed from. If that is true, then I want to be, depending on the time frame that I get the signal, I want to be entering on those order blocks. It hasn't reached them yet, so we'll have to see how it goes. But if and when it signals, then I will be ready with my alerts to get into the trade. And let's go, before I leave, I log off for the hour. I said, let's look at the trade that I took, and it is this is the trade that I took. Actually, this is the trade is open, and right now we had a reaction of a second retest on that 50-minute order block. Right, that was the first retest, and this is the second one, the same order block here, which is overlaying the H2, which is the basis of that setup, and I target the H4 as possible place where we're heading. I know on the higher time frame that but I expect on the high time frame that we're going to probably going to be moving back to bullish order flow. But we're not there yet, and this is the side that is still in control. The sellers are, in my opinion, still in control, although it is, there's clear signs of deceleration in that trend. So that's it. So I'll come back and show you guys, everyone in the audience, what this trade, if it hit TP or not. But in the meantime, I'll log off and come back, and I'm probably I didn't mention this, but the speech that is in about 15 minutes or 11 minutes is going to, make or break that setup that I showed on GU, right? It's that's perfectly normal for such a news to cause some great movements, and then actually you get the entry and then it moves in the direction, or not, and it just breaks it and continues the other way. Whichever it is, I think the news could be the trigger on this one. So great stuff. I love the fact that we have many traders in this live stream. I love it, isn't it?
Yep, we got Ashley right now. Ashley, it's my first time meeting you, mate. So I'm sure people are first time meeting you as well. If you want to introduce yourself and stuff.
Hi, thank you very much, Alex. It's Ashley here, and yes, it's great to be on the show. It's very exciting, and I must say I commend all of you doing the live trading and showing the correct way to actually responsible way to actually trade the financial markets. So very excited to be here and share with the community, the 5ers community, little tidbits so we can move the community forward.
Well, welcome, Ashley. Welcome to us. Welcome to this live stream. I was going to leave you in the hands, the competent hands of everyone else who is going to be in the room. Alex, I'm and everyone else. I'm going to come back in about 55 minutes. See you guys and see you guys in a bit.
See you later.
Thanks, Victor.
Where's Pedro disappeared though? Pedro, what are you doing, man? I see you smiling. Whenever he's ready, he'll put himself on. I'm sure he can, unless he needs me to do it for him. No? Is that a yes? You want me to pull you on? Okay, there you go. There you go. Where did you disappear to, bro?
No, it has been a challenge this today. I've been walking in and out with my internet. Yeah, we'll see.
You're in where are you in Portugal?
No, in UK actually. No, in UK.
Oh, you're in the UK. You got a feel for you, man.
Manchester.
Yeah. Oh God, I definitely feel for you. Fair enough. Whack some music on. Ashley, what are you trading? What's your style? What?
It's price action as well. It's maybe similar to Victor in terms of Quasimodo's price action, naked charts, market structure, something like that. That's usually what I look for.
Nice, great stuff. What about you, Ashley? How about you? What do you like to trade?
I have a multi-trading strategy approach. I've also prepared something to share with the community and you guys so you get an understanding. But it's a multi-strategy approach from basically swings to breakouts to what I call supplementary trading strategies that adds into or complements or hedges or position trades, all the different symbols. And I trade across FX, commodities, indices, and crypto, and then scale into stocks at times as well.
Nice.
Do you want to show us everything now? Are you ready? Do you want to just pull up your screen, or do you want a little bit more time?
No, I'm all ready. Whatever suits the program and the schedule.
Go for it, man. Jump on it. There's literally nothing happening at the moment. All of us are break even, basically.
Okay, so I'll go to present, correct? Then I can present my screen.
That is correct, yeah.
Okay. Okay, I'm just trying to share my screen. Just want to see where.
I don't think we're going to see anything compound until after all of this news is finished, to be honest. Oh, Michael, loving it. Yeah.
Look at that, nice, lovely sell.
Nice.
Looking good now.
Now it's pushing down. It was a really nice break retest. I'm not going to say what kind of retest that was, but beautiful. Yeah. Beautiful.
If we can get down here, that'll be a very, very nice place.
You are a brave man. You're a brave man. If it goes down there,
I'm going to be watching it because it'll either stop here, but there's a few points where it could stop. So it could stop around here because there's liquidity here on the 15-minute. But sorry.
Yes, Ashley, we see it.
Okay, sorry. Whenever you're ready, can you? There we go.
There you go.
Okay, so just to start, just something I'd like to. Give a context for everyone, including the viewers, is what I'd like to do is with the time that I have with you today, is at least share something with the community. Those small little areas I found in my personal trading experience. It's just the small areas that make a huge difference. You don't necessarily need to go and change the wheel, but there are small little principles that one can apply that can take you forward. So very briefly, if you can see on the screen, there's 5 core principles to achieve trading success. And the first one is humility and discernment. And if I briefly discuss those two qualities that one needs to cultivate as a trader, humility, as we know, that the financial markets, we don't control them. We're basically just there for the ride along. So we've got to be humble and not have an ego. And trading is not about being right. So we've got to cultivate that continuously in our trading journey. Along with that is discernment. So why did I use the word discernment is because as you go through the other charts of risk management or the different areas, fundamental analysis, etc., what's important is not just the understanding of that section, but how you apply that section into your own personal trading style. Okay, so cultivating humility and discernment will then lead you to trader maturation. And basically the trader maturation is the journey that a trader takes to mature along his way as a trader. And by doing so, you will generally establish and maintain good habits. Okay, so you can see everything is interlinked. From there, the area that what's important is to prioritize risk management over analysis and profits. So to elaborate slightly there is that, as we know, your key role as a trader is to manage risk. That goes beyond analysis and beyond profits, really taking the time to understand the risk, but not only the risk, the data according to that risk with your trading style or trading strategy, your profit factor, recovery factor, reward risk ratio, win rate, achieved win rate, break-even win rate. All of those areas will cultivate you to move along the journey to trading success. Okay, and then the target or bullseye is to be a responsible, sustainable trader. Because if we are a responsible trader, we can be sustainable. And if we are sustainable, we can achieve our objectives, our profit objectives, and be successful in trading. And then finally, diversify your trading universe. So as you develop, it's important that you diversify not only strategies, but also symbols, instruments, trading instruments, and move along in that fashion. Okay, so it's a bit of a brief introduction just to kind of set the mindset. And would anyone or one of you like to comment a moment or mention anything? And feel free to interject at any point in time.
I can't wait to hear the rest of this. I just want to just highlight. Sorry, Ashley, it's not something that is related, but I'm just highlighting.
No worries.
Where is Michael's trade? Have you got the stomach for this pair? You know, it melts down. It just goes down. What? How much? On the 1 minute, what was it? It goes down. It was 10 pips in a minute. And look at it. It's just literally go on the 1 minute. On the 1 minute, it just moves so fast. How have you got the stomach for that? Like I like trading gold and stuff,
but look where it's going. But look where it's going. It's still it's reacted off this one and it's pushing down again. So it's going for that inside bar. It's going to come down again. Hopefully, we'll see. But I was looking at it. There's loads of liquidity down here. So I'm hoping that actually we will see it come down to this level. Because when I take it out to the higher time frames, you know, we still look where that 200 EMA is. Perfect place for it to retest. So
very nice, very nice. I'll let you continue, Ashley, because this was super interesting. I was just looking at this chart to the side of me, and I was like,
"No worries, no worries, Alex.
What is going on?"
The markets and trades take precedent.
Yeah, it's just I had to pull that up.
Okay, just something here to illustrate to the community is just that what we call asset class categorization mix. So I've always have the 5ers playing in the background, and I hear the different conversations, etc. So I thought I'd interject certain areas that may not have been mentioned or noticed, just to add that extra area of movement for everyone in the community. And what's important from my experience in trading is when we start trading, it's not to just start focusing on the trading strategy and where is that profit. It's to understand the bigger picture first. For example, also financial asset classes, they are all interlinked. So what I do when I trade is we have something what we call our core markets, and their core markets incorporates all the asset classes, all the major asset classes that are interrelated. Now, what's important with this is that it allows you to actually understand that flow of money from risk on to risk off. And for example, right now, as the charts have been shown, we have gold hitting multi-year highs, multi-year new highs. And obviously, there's a safe haven there. There's uncertainty with everything that's happened in the last couple of weeks, especially policy. And the market doesn't have that direction. There's no guidance. So we're seeing that money flow into certain safe haven asset classes. So just looking or analyzing first all the different asset classes will give you a good idea how that money flow works, and where the money is moving. Over and above that, once you've gone through all the core markets and analyzed them just as the chart itself, then you can start looking, where does the trading strategy take place? So that just gives you an idea. And we can see here that for FX, what's called the FX indirects, which is the euro dollar, KL dollar, Aussie dollar, Kiwi dollar, where the dollar's at the back, and the dollar directs, dollar yen, dollar CAD, dollar Swiss. We've got the indices, we've got oil, we've got crypto, and we've got the precious metals. And then the addressable markets where you can scale up after the core markets is all the different other asset classes, from the 21 cross pairs of the FX pairs, FX exotics, agriculture, commodities, crypto, precious metals, and then scalable is all your different stocks. Okay, so that just gives you an overall view idea. And for my personal trading, I always focus on the core markets and then expand outwards. Okay, so that just gives you an idea. Any comments, questions? Would anyone like to interject at this point?
Loving the graphics.
Okay, perfect.
Yeah, definitely.
Okay, right then. Just to give you an insight in terms of the trading strategy and how things are catered for, if I go back a bit here for a moment, just something I want to highlight briefly, then I'm going to move on to the next slide, is what I found as well. Certain people, between technical analysis and trading strategy, they kind of get those two misconception. So technical analysis focuses on data interpretation. And the reason I'm mentioning this is because when we look at the charts, we should be looking at first understanding what the chart, what the analysis of the chart itself is, and then integrating afterwards, where does our trading strategy fit in? So we can see trading strategy is action orientated and uses technical analysis. Okay, so that just gives you an overview idea. Now, if we jump into the next slides, there we go. So this is my multiple strategy approach. Okay, at the bottom here, we can see where the finger's pointing is the core, what I call our core sync strategy. And then basically I execute swing type long or short trades aligned with the transition, which is basically your bounce of phases or direction. And I'm going to illustrate that in a moment with the charts. In terms of this strategy, rising and falling trends are traded with or against the trend, and then also side trends are traded towards resistance or support. Then I can scale up to a breakout strategy. We execute breakout type long or short trades aligned with continuation or reversal type patterns. Those are your general head and shoulders patterns, double tops, double bottoms, broadening formations, symmetrical triangles, etc. And then we can then scale further into supplementary strategies, which is either position, swing, or intraday type strategies. Okay, so it just gives you a little bit of an overview. Okay, Any comments?
Let's crack on.
Have you any visuals of your trades?
Sorry, say that again.
Have you got any visuals of your trades?
Yes. So I'm going to show the charts now in my setup. So first of all, if you have a look at the screen, just give me a second while I adjust my screens here. Okay. So this view basically gives you an idea of the overall analysis that I'll go through. So I've got the weekly at the top and then the daily at the bottom, daily line chart over a year, and then with the candlesticks. So I always use this view to start analyzing what is the trend, etc. And then when it gets into the actual analysis, I use this view. Okay. So has anyone come across the indicator parabolic stop and reversal?
Yep.
Yes.
Okay, so what the dots are the PSAR dots, and then we've got our moving average, and then we've got the RSI index for the daily. Okay, that just gives you a good idea. So, for example, we're speaking about gold earlier. And if we have a look at the analysis on gold for the daily, we can see that we are in a rising trend. The trend right now is intact. And currently we're in a transition phase from what we call progress phase, meaning going with the trend, and it could be turning into against the trend. So currently I'm already in a short on gold at the moment. And the strategy comes in, the core sync strategy comes into perspective where I'm trading the transition from progress phase to what we call counter, i.e. transitioning from going with the trend and then going against the trend. Okay, so that's the trade right now that we're talking also on gold as well. So I've got currently a short on gold. And if we have a look right now in terms of gold, where the actual setup is on the 8 hour. If your candles or your price is above the parabolic dots, that's basically indicating that the price currently is moving higher. And what I'm looking for is on an hour chart. So we've got to have that in a bullish or a rising trend status. And then now we're looking for on the 1 hour when the parabolic dot starts to change, as well as the RSIs in overbought selection. And that's when a trade is entered short, or vice versa long. Okay, so that just gives you a very overall view idea on the trading strategy, on the core strategy.
Very nice. It's a momentum-based indicator, correct?
Yes, the parabolic stop and reversal is more momentum-based, but what it also, over and above that, what it does is it kind of gives you an indication of current price. Where is it moving where is it moving currently? Is it more moving rising or falling? And you can increase or decrease the sensitivity of that, as well as you've got to combine that with the main analysis of how to identify rising and falling trends with your Dow theory, higher highs, higher lows, etc. So that's the.
So let's say with like a higher time frame, macro up market, let's say. So market's going up. Would you then look for counter trend trades on 5 minutes once it breaks that parabolic indicator, and then you would just with market structure short it until it goes back long, or how do you use it? Again.
Okay, so that's slightly different. So what we do is it's a multi-strategy approach. So for example, I'm currently short on gold, as I mentioned, and then what I'll do is on another strategy basis, I'll look at a lower time frame, very similar concepts but different. Low time frame to scale into additional trades on that time frame in terms of what you've been mentioning. So I'll continue. This is more of a swing type trade, and then I'll add into positions on the lower time frame depending on the setup structure of that strategy.
Got you. Fantastic. I find it always interesting seeing how everybody else's MT5s are set up. Does anybody else feel like that? You know, like my MT5 is different to your MT5. Everybody's got these different. I didn't even know MT5 could look like that. You know, so super cool.
Yeah, it takes a while to actually set it up and have the right tools and functions in place. But one is able to do that. So on MT5, you can. That's the nice thing with MT5. I haven't dealt with too much with the trading view, but I tend to investigate it going forward as well.
Nice, good stuff. Is there anything else you want to show us, Ashley?
No, there's some other slides as well, etc. Does anybody want to go through any specific symbols or instruments in terms of the strategy?
Have a look at. It'd be interesting to see what G, from your strategy perspective, what GU looks like right now.
Okay, so cable dollar, I heard you earlier, and I'm also in a long position on cable dollar.
So do you want to? Can you show me like a breakdown of what that looks like on the strategy?
Yep. Okay. So right now we can see that on the daily chart, we can see that falling trend in place for cable dollar. So if we break this down slowly, cable dollar went in the falling trend. I'm currently long, which means I am trading against the trend. And on the 8 hour, the dots are, or the candlesticks of price right now is below the PSAR dots, indicating price is moving down. So what I've been looking for is on the 1 hour, a transition of the dots from on the 1 hour from above the above price to below price, or specifically price above the dots. When that occurred a couple of hours ago, let's say about 4 hours ago, and the RSI on the daily, on the 10 period and 5 period was below 50, it would enter the trade long. So indicating that right now we could be transitioning from a movement with the trend to against the trend.
I was just having a look at something right now. Quite an interesting way of identifying the momentum, in all fairness. Would you count yourself as more of a counter trend trader than Ashley?
No, it's actually, I'm quite, in my opinion, quite balanced throughout. So going with the trend, against the trend, trading ranges, breakouts, all of it, in my opinion, there's a place for it in your trading strategy, your overall trading strategy. You just got to understand where everything fits in. So there's a place for everything. But the key area for the core strategy is the objective is to allow or to move with the trades as the market develops. And then you start adding on additional trades that either go with it or even against it as a hedge. So it's a multi-trading strategy approach. It is quite complex for some, but it's something I thought I would share with the community.
Yeah, wicked.
And where did you learn all this yourself? Like, did someone teach you all this, or you just learned it off YouTube, or?
It's a combination of going through specific courses, going all the way back to 1998. That's when I started trading financial markets, and through experience and exposure and understanding the charts and all the different elements in terms of technical analysis.
Cool.
Pound's really finally doing a nice little push.
Now,
moving very nicely there in terms of GBP USD.
Yeah, really nice. Just for the pure fact that it's broken like local structure out here, retest onto these fibs, onto the EMAs, and then continuation. It's just, a shame that it's only on a demo account and not on my live account. But there you go. It still looks good. Actually, is there anything else that you want to go through? You wanted to go through the slides. You've got some more slides.
Yeah, I've got a few things to add in terms of other areas which we can go through. But another example of some instruments that was spoken earlier about in terms of dollar yen. I think somebody was mentioning you guys call it UJ, so I mentioned a dollar yen. We can see that dollar yen right now in a long position. And that trend right now is transitioning from rising to falling. We're kind of getting that movement according to that 200 EMA on the daily, which Alex, I know you like. And we can see that from that dollar yen on the 8 hour, we're transitioning on that 8 hour very slowly into a rising trend. But the hour has already flipped a couple of hours ago. We can see a bit of a consolidation in that 1 hour. But once it's flipped, I'm very long, and we could be moving into if that rising trend is still in place, into going back with the trend again, with dollar strength being the theme. Okay, in the same vein, I remember euro yen as well was also being looked at, and the cross pairs I selectively choose whether I move into a trade or not. But for euro yen would also have been along. And we can see that slight range at sideways movement on euro yen, and right now we can see that 8 hour below those dots, potentially transitioning on that 8 hour, and that 8 hours a good indication, or potentially as an early indication when the daily might start to roll over or transition from one direction to another. And you can see that 1 hour's already moved up a couple of hours ago, so that would have been a long trade as well. So kind of got some overlap in terms of the analysis, which is also quite nice.
I'm just gonna pull this up. I think the Chartron. I think you've just got in here, mate. So have a little bit of time, relax, have a cup of coffee, cup of tea, relax and enjoy the show. There's lots of value. People are, it's nice to speak to other traders and be with other traders. Anyway, but anyway, yeah, thanks for that, Ashley. Sorry about that. I just had to highlight that.
No worries. Is there any comments or any questions from the audience, from the viewers? I can't see any of the. I'm not too sure we got to see the chat, so just need some assistance there if there is any questions.
Just everybody's calling their own stuff and talking just a little bit about people just speaking to Chartron. Nothing too serious.
Okay.
GU ordering profit. Hamad, I want to know if you took that trade as well, because I know you like the same type of setup. You've been playing around with that setup as well. I wonder if you've. I made $5 in unit trade. That is what I'm talking about. Yes. See, Chartron. See this? $5.
Very nice.
$5. And that's all it starts with. It starts with $5. My man. Yes, buddy. You're far ahead to continue, Ashley. We're listening.
Wonderful. Thank you very much, Alex. Okay. Is there anybody that wants to see any particular symbols just in terms of, or any other insight does anybody want to have from the trading strategy? What I've done now is just for today, just looked at just to share with you the core strategy, but there might be questions or any comments.
I'm super boring. I just trade the same thing over and over again. I just, I wake up, I have a coffee, and I look at GU and EU, and then that's my day started. That's it. I'm
Do you
so
trade anything
boring.
else, Alex?
I play a little bit around gold. I play a little bit with gold, but it has to be that's on low time frames, but it has to be the right setup. But yeah. Oh, the screen's gone black. Is that Victor's? That's Ashley's
I'm just transitioning.
Okay. What about you, mate? What do you trade?
Me? Sorry.
Yeah. Sorry.
Yeah, just EU, GU, bit of UJ.
Yeah.
A little bit of gold. Not a big fan of it. But yeah, mainly those pairs sort of thing. I was actually looking at my trades. I was just going through all my trades for the past 3 months.
How's that?
Just to see which pairs I'm actually good with. As in recently. And I think GU and EU, I had a 68% win rate.
They've been so good.
Yeah, UJ and gold, it was 33%. So I'm like just.
So there you go. You've got your answer there. Just scrap them.
Yeah,
scrap them, man. Honestly,
Yep.
If you've literally got money lying on the floor with a 63% win rate on those pairs, you'd be doing yourself a disservice by just even thinking about trading other
even
pairs.
though I've got a UJ trade on right now, I'm in profit.
Trust me,
it was too good. I had to take it.
How many times do I tell Michael? How many times am I not going to trade today? And then I'm just going to trade the next time we speak.
Pretty bad.
And I've taken like 5 in the meantime.
It's just if you see the setup there, the setup's there. You can't you can't say, oh, maybe this, maybe not. You just got to go with it. Unfortunately, and it doesn't matter what assets it on.
Well, that's.
Do you like what you like? Yeah, definitely. It's super important, super part of the trading. Definitely. Is it kind of like a moment? Do you like momentum, or do you like kind of slower trades, Dimitrios?
Oh, sorry, yeah. Just slower trades is good for me, sort of thing. I usually just follow the 13 EMA. I follow that trend, and if it starts to break it, that's when I'll get out, sort of thing, or close on it, sort of thing. So I was showing some examples before. But yeah, I usually try not to sit at the computer a lot because this is something I did at the past, probably about 7-8 years ago. I'd come home and basically be on the computer from like 5 p.m. to about 1 a.m. and it was working, but it wasn't working at the same time too, sort of thing. Because you take 5 to 6 trades, so now I've minimized it to like 1 to 2 trades a day, sort of thing. So if the setup is there.
Do you know what? That is some value that doesn't even seem like value until you actually think about it. Because how many of us make those good trades to start off with, and then keep trading, and then give money back because we overtrade? It's like 1 or 2. Yeah, definitely me for many years, and just the pure fact of just getting away from the computer after you've taken your set amount of trades is probably, that's such a decent hack.
Yeah, it's not even getting away from the computer, it's just not looking at the charts. Like when I was most profitable is when I was actually learning something else. I thought, let me learn some affiliate marketing sort of thing, or just try another little side hustle, because I know how to trade sort of thing. I know my setups, so I don't need, like, obviously you can still learn more, but I'm happy with what I know at the moment. So I thought I'd learn a little bit of affiliate marketing. When I was learning about that, that's when I was actually winning a lot more trades. So
taking your mind off it, definitely.
That raises another area just to mention and to share. Have any of you looked at, as you're developing your journey as a trader, to move from hand trading, manual trading, to a EA or to some type of automated trading, and mirroring? It sounds taking your strategy and mirroring that to an automated.
It sounds super bad, because trading is supposed to be, something very boring, and I enjoy trading. I enjoy sitting in front of the charts. I love I could literally sit and watch price action for hours. Don't even need to take a trade.
You have even done that.
I have done that. It's quite rarely I don't take a trade, but there are times where I literally can just watch price action and not do anything. It really fascinates me. I love doing it. If I put an EA on, to be honest, like, it just was like, well, me and Michael are just going to talk about nothing all day, that's all. We just got.
I know what you mentioned, Alex. The charts over time. I don't know how many thousands of hours I've got clocked up in charts time, but it can be mesmerizing. But if we have a look at as a suggestion, you could take, for example, the symbols or your trading strategy, put it into possibly an EA, and scale up by still looking at the charts by stocks. So hand trading, the way we manually execute, I don't think will ever die. It always needs to be there. But one can scale up in terms of other symbols and other instruments. So that's what I do. Most of my hand trading is done on the stocks. And then all the core markets, I've got EAs specifically that mimics the strategy that runs, that allows that efficiency. And I think as a trader, to be still in line with your trading plan, it definitely is a tool that assists.
I feel like as well, I've taken over the years quite a discretionary way about my trading. Like, there are a lot of ways, like, I look, if anybody's been here long enough, they probably look at my trade and they're like, okay, that's an Alex trade or something like that by now. But there's a lot of there's a little bit of intuition as well with sometimes when I get into certain trades, and I would find that hard to it's really hard to kind of take that and put that into an EA. Maybe there is something like that. Maybe there's an EA that you could kind of, if deep down and I think about it, what is price actually doing that makes me have a feeling of intuition that makes me want to get in or out of a trade. But it's quite difficult for me to actually put that into words and things like that. Sometimes where, I don't know if anybody else gets it, you're literally just you can sometimes feel the chart. I know it sounds strange, but you can sometimes feel what price action's actually doing. You get into that flow state and you feel invincible. Only problem is that feeling of invincible bites you in the backside if you're not careful and you take that into the next 10 trades, because the next 10 trades are not going to be like the trade that you just done. Yes. So there's a little bit of push and shove, but I really don't. EA, I just can't. Not for me, I don't think. But
have you ever looked at stocks? Have you ever looked at one of the stocks trading the same way you do euro dollar in the instrument you like? I can tell you the stocks when there's certain things happening, it can move.
Yeah, you know what? I am open to be converted. I am definitely. I love and hate trading Forex. I just love it because it's super. It's kind of easy doing this kind of thing, but I also hate it because it's so rangy as well. Like everybody loves something that just when it goes, and it just keeps going. Whereas you sit in a position for 4 hours and all it's doing is this for just non-stop. It can be a little bit annoying.
Yeah, understood as well. Perfect.
Yeah.
How many hours do you guys spend on the charts when you get, like, what time do you usually get to your PC and start looking at charts? Like, you guys wake up in the middle of the night looking,
we don't want to make it sound too bad, obviously.
I'm not sure that's necessarily a question that's wise for me to answer.
A few sleepless nights.
No, actually, no. In fairness, I'm a father of 2 kids, so my sleepless nights are because of my kids, not because of the charts. But
you're still looking. Wake up.
Yeah. No, when I wake up, no. To be honest, because I work from an office, so when I'm trading, I'm in the office, and the only time that I'll look at charts or anything when I'm not at the office is things like my crypto bags and stuff like that. Otherwise, the charts, I've gone days without looking at the charts when I'm not trading, and I just leave it and I walk away. That's, I think, the biggest challenge for me. I've spoken to Alex about it before. Is my journey has been that I was laid off a couple of years ago, and trading was kind of my target of using that to replicate my income, my salary. So I used my redundancy package as a runway, invested in my education, and all that sort of stuff. And unfortunately, psychologically, it impacts your trading when you are pushing yourself to make that income, when you're pushing yourself to pay your bills with your trading.
It's very stressful.
So yeah, exactly. So tail end of last year, kind of November time, I took the decision to just take a step back. I was looking at my trading generally, and that was when I started working on a few other side projects, take my mind off it, but also give me an opportunity to refresh my perspective on the charts, refresh my perspective on how I trade and things like that. And sometimes these things are meant to happen because you then end up working with Alex, for example, on something completely new that you didn't think you would, right? So you just sometimes you've got to push yourself out of your comfort zone and see where it takes you. Maybe sometimes take a step back, take a bit of a review, take a bit of an opportunity to say, actually, is this working? Is it not? And I'm generally a believer that things work out and things happen for a reason. So I'm convinced that when I was laid off, there was a reason for that. It got me into trading. It got me into all the other bits and pieces that I'm doing. It is just something that you have to be really, really careful of when it comes to psychology. Both Alex and I are big advocates for psychology and the mindset, and some of the stuff that we're working on. We're working on a podcast and a few other bits and pieces, and a lot of it is all about kind of mindset and really the insights that psychology can give you from trading. The visibility that you can look at yourself. Sometimes trading give you a mirror, a virtual one or a hypothetical one, a mirror that you wouldn't have otherwise, right? You go and do your day job, you're not going to get the kind of reflection of your state of mind, feedback. Your mood. Yeah, you're not going to get that
personality.
Exactly. It is not going to throw it back in your face and say you screwed up today because you were not in the right frame of mind. It just doesn't work like that. Trading, chews you up and spits you out and teaches you lessons the hard way, which can be a good thing, but can be a bad thing.
Yeah. I fully agree that it's that accountability that one needs to, at a point in time in your journey, go, when am I going to be accountable for me? And sometimes it is worth it. There's a Chinese proverb There's sometimes you need to take 2 steps back to go 10 steps forward. And sometimes you actually do need to pause what your daily routine is and take stock of what is happening, and as not an indication of addiction, to kind of just pause trading, but still focus on the analysis, your trading plan, your risk management, everything. So that's that accountability, and it is tough. It's very tough.
I just think, and I think a lot of us feel the same thing, especially in the 5ers, in groups like some of the groups that myself and Michael are in. There's an overlap. Everybody understands, people are coming into trading and they think it is super easy.
Oh no,
and it's not. They've got to be super, because obviously, the first couple of trades you can put on could be winning trades, and you could think it's easy. And I promise you, like when I first got into trading, and I was listening to a guy on YouTube that was teaching me how to basically average in to losses, and I ended up blowing up an account like that. Like it is.
Like Martingale.
Yeah,
basically Martingale strategy.
It was a bit like a Martingale strategy, but the way that he was explaining it didn't really highlight. He didn't really teach it very well. There was a way that he was doing it where he would martingaling, take a little bit of the profits from one position and then put it back into the margin of that one, and then it would grow to a big position. But you're teaching some people that is super risky thing to do. But anyway, I'm as saying, it's a lot of people don't know until they actually start getting into the rabbit hole. They find out that it is so difficult. And I think it's super important that everybody is aware that it takes work, and you'll want to quit, and you'll find love in the process, but it is a long journey to get there.
Yeah.
So I don't want to put anybody off trading.
Just something to share with. There's a different opinion as well. Through the years of my trading experience, what I've come to realize is that if I could go back to the start of my trading journey, I would have definitely preferred focusing on understanding the risk portion better before even the charts. So, for example, you could even take a simple exercise of dart throwing. You put up a few pieces of paper on the wall and with symbols, and either going long or short, and just use a dart strategy, but then just manage that risk and understanding all the risk parameters. That really changes one's mind in terms of the skill and about losing. You start to get an understanding that losing is part of trading. You can't get away from it. So it's a number of years, but I've come to realize that, and that's definitely helped my personal journey.
Yeah, I think everybody's got to find as well their own way of getting through all of this, because everybody's super different. We're similar, but we're different. And I think one of the biggest issues that when people come into into trading, that they're trying to trade like the person that they're learning from, or they try to trade exactly like somebody else. Like there's a lot of people that may look at me and try and trade the exact same way, but their personality is totally different. Let's say Jonathan is much more successful in higher time frames, taking longer trades and having more time to think and more time to give it space to breathe. I hate that. I can't sleep at night. I need momentum. I need to be in and out, and I can't hold on to trades for hours and days and things like that. It's really difficult for me. So it's like everybody needs to take little bits from this person, little bits from that person, and mold themselves into kind of what they want and how they want their trading to look like.
Correct. And even if you do find a winning strategy online that claims,
and that's the market,
they might not fit you.
Yeah, exactly.
I think there was a trading group in crypto years ago. I think if anybody's an OG in crypto knows of somebody called Crypto Face. It sounds super silly, but there's a guy called Crypto Face on YouTube, and he used to swing. His P&L used to swing like 250, 300 grand live.
Jeez.
And it would captivate you. He still does it today, and then you would get his indicator, and you'd learn his indicator, and then you buy into his group, and then you and you go through these rabbit holes But his intuition, like I've got my intuition when I'm looking at my type of trading, is the same that he's got his intuition when he's looking at his indicators that he's built for himself, you know? So you trying to take everything that he's doing and copying it just may not work for you. But he's making a lot of money. So it's like, it's quite interesting to see it.
Yep.
Crypto for you.
Well, it looks like, Alex, you are going to win this 5K challenge because I'm about to get taken out on that account with that UJ, that not UJ,
UJ. Yeah.
We'll see.
See, the momentum is just like
too strong.
Just too strong. Yeah. But I love the setup. The setup though is a decent setup. If you would, let's say you put I don't want to pull the fib out again, but if you go onto the 1 minute and take your setup, the one that you entered into it.
This one.
If you take that there from that high to that low to find out where the retracement would have been.
Yeah.
No, I was looking at. I'm going to pop my chart on just to show you what I'm talking about because I feel like there's a.
Sorry, Michael.
You could have won that trade.
Your EJ Euro Yen. Sorry, Michael. Your Euro Yen trade. Were you long or short?
Short.
He's short. Scalp.
You were long.
I was looking. I was short. So my original trade was in here. Now. So I saw
it looks like Euro Yen.
Yeah. So if we have a look.
So I saw us basically heading past here.
I think I'm about to close out of UJ and getting late for me as well. So I'll hang around for another 10 minutes.
Yeah, brilliant. Let's have a look at this. Boom. Let me sort this out. No, that's not what I want. Give me 2 seconds, guys.
You were long with Dimitros, correct?
Yeah, I was long on UJ. I'll tell you what price I got in at. Got in at. Where is it? Wasn't it showing?
Good. Here we go. Good trade. Good move.
152, 100.
You see what I'm saying, Michael? I reckon you would have actually got that win on there. Let's say you take the fib, take it to from the leg that we want to trade to the point, and all you're getting out to. You'd get in at a 50 or 618, let's say, for instance. You got into even a much better position. But let's say you got into there and you were just aiming for that 50 fib.
Yeah.
Coinciding with that, you would have got that trade easy because it was a super nice setup and it really did push. The problem is, it's like that's trending like crazy.
And you know, if I show you my theory behind it is usually if you see when you've got strength so much in one currency and another one's so weak, there is going to be some kind of a correction at some point. It's obviously not yet, but normally when you see such a weakness and such a strength between two currencies, you then tend to see some kind of reaction. So we are still coming into an area now. I've marked them out here. So there's still potential for a reaction area, particularly if we take it up to the higher time frames. You can see that we've still got a lot of downward pressure here on the higher time frame, and you can see it's expanding out. So the sells will quite possibly come in, but maybe just not yet. Not just yet, but we've still got a lot of higher time frame liquidity down here. This one's going to be a really big one on the 4-day. You can see here we've got an inside bar down here, so we've got a lot of liquidity sitting down here, and we haven't quite come yet.
Euro has also hit quite a bit of a significant low.
So it's you've had this one reaction here, you've had this reaction off there again. So if you look at it, you've got a nice head and shoulders there on the 4-day. So it looks like a nice opportunity for sales. It's just obviously not ready yet. So yeah.
Mm-hmm. Gotta take that one on the chin then.
Take it on the chin. It's just the way it goes.
Take it on the chin. Yeah. Ashley, what type of stocks do you trade? What type of stocks do you trade, Ashley?
Generally, obviously the main indices, but in terms of the stocks, Magnificent Seven,
okay.
And generally all the higher cap stocks within the indexes. That's what I generally focus on. So not only on the NASDAQ, the FTSE as well, and the DAX and CAC.
Mm-hmm. I may have to jump into some stock trading. I do put everything in the S&P 500, but that's just not enough.
This morning you were telling me that you
quite nicely.
What was I saying this morning?
This morning you said you wanted to get into futures, and now you want to get into stocks.
I want to trade it all.
Make your mind up, man. Make your mind up, honestly.
I want to trade everything.
It's like,
you know?
I get up in the morning, I get to the office, and I'm thinking, right, okay, what's Alex going to throw at me today? What's Alex into this time?
What is it? Yeah, what is it?
What's the latest idea?
There is just way too much stuff to trade. There's so many different derivatives and things. You really can get lost in it. But yeah, gold is looking fair enough. I.e., that's a move. You're short, aren't you, Ashley? You're short gold.
Ashley?
Yes.
You're short gold, yeah?
Nice. It's a good.
Nice.
What's the latest idea? So we're looking at trading futures, and we're looking to go into futures and stocks. And possibly look at options.
Options, just because Alex doesn't get enough adrenaline.
I know, we don't like trading. Yeah. I don't like waiting around. We like to make money on volatility as well. Ugh. Should we change up the music?
Yeah. GU's moving nice.
Yeah, do you know, it saddens me.
Sorry, is my internet?
Saddens me.
Have I been coming in and out?
Yeah, just a bit. Just a bit. Yeah. Jonathan's probably onto Alex now saying, what on earth are you talking about? For goodness sake. Stop talking about futures and all this other stuff.
Jonathan, no, I'm not going to get Michael to stop trading DJ. I'm not.
Oh dear. But yeah, gold is looking nice for sales. It's coming into this area here, and the reason I marked that out is because you got this change, this leg up that you had earlier on. So this is one on the 4 hour that you had this big move up, and then it came straight back down again. So that's why I've marked that out, because ordinarily you would see when price came back to retest it to push back down, and it didn't. It just broke straight past it. So that's why I would still see that now. It's a bit like support and resistance zones that you'd see in the past. It was a resistance zone. It's turned into a support zone. So this is potentially an area to look at. And then what I'd be looking at is drilling down and seeing if there's anything further. I mean, you've got liquidity down here on the 15-minute with that inside bar. So my strategy is
just around about below the 2870 mark.
Yeah, there's certainly liquidity down there.
You've got the 1 hour candle closing on the 50 EMA in about 20 seconds, so that could be still pushing down to the 200 EMA, which I think it is still going to go down. I mean, what I'm looking for is I'm always looking for inside bars, so something like that. I see that as a targeted area where price is going to come back, because it was an area where price
wasn't sure whether it was going up or going down in that period of time. The other ones I look for is a massive impulse up. So in other words, where you have a candle that opens without any wick whatsoever. The higher the time frame, the more powerful it is. So if you're going up to all the way up to a weekly, I've seen weekly candles where there's no wick on it whatsoever. So obviously the market is just opened and just shot down or shot straight up. That's always somewhere where the markets will try and, recalibrate, let's say, and just reconcile their orders. And then the third one is perfect equal highs or perfect equal lows. Those are the ones that also tend to be quite powerful areas where price will just get drawn to. And then it's just, for me, it's quite a simple strategy, really. It's not quite a break and retest, but for example, this would have been a nice area if I'd see a setup like this where you've got price coming down, wicks back up, comes back, retests it, wicks up again, and then the third one comes in and it's bullish engulfing. You've then got a nice big confirmation going up. The more the retests, the stronger the price action is.
How would you take, if you were to go long here, how would you take this trade? Yeah, would you
on this
wait?
one?
Yeah.
So what I would have done is
as in right now, like, are you waiting for a kind of formation of a W or a vector move, or?
I'd be looking for reaction zones. So I'd be looking for going down onto the 1 hour. So I'm looking for a reaction. If I'm honest with you, I'm probably looking for some kind of reaction here. You see, it's just taken that level. I'm looking for a reaction potentially in this area because I've marked that out under the 4 hour. This is the weaker part, right? Because as you said, it's pushed past this EMA. I don't normally look at EMAs, but Alex has converted me to EMA. So, so I'm a convert, Alex. I'm a convert. All right, I've said it publicly. It's on the record.
So I'm going for the 11-minute. Don't worry.
I'm adding that to my armory. But basically, I would probably see the strongest opportunity for a buy. I would see it either down here because that's a really strong area, or here, because you can see that engulfing candle as well. So price has come down, taken all the lows from here, and it's shot straight up from this inside bar. So that's also a nice area of interest. And all I'd be doing is I'd be going down to the lower time frame. So here I am on the 5 minute, and I'd be looking, right, where have I got that kind of setup happening again? And I can see it here. So there's one there. So that might be an interesting area to see price react. And potentially down in this area here, you can see again, you've got those wicks up and then off it goes. So I'd be waiting literally on the 1 minute to see what does the candles look like. Does it present that kind of setup? So there you go. You've got price came up, wick rejected back down, got the retest of the wick, and price kept going down. Got another one here. You can see it there as well. Those are your really high risk ones because you're already in the move. But if you saw the move happening and you wanted to jump in, then those are potential ones to get in on. But gold generally offers these ones quite a few times. So there's another one. You've got one there where, again, you've got a wick rejected and you've got an engulfing candle. So you could get in on that and you just let it run. So those are what I'm looking for. So mine is very much a multi-time frame assessment. So all the way up from the monthly, all the way down to the 1 minute, and just looking to find those opportunities and trying to balance out, right? Is there more liquidity higher or lower? Because that's what the market's looking for, right? That's what's going to drive the move, is the liquidity. And as I say, mine is based on the concept of those 3 types of liquidity levels that I look out for. I only find it works on forex.com. I can't tell you why. From a forex perspective, forex.com only really gives me the kind of these kind of setups, and it works on all assets basically. It's essentially a change in direction, but then looking for that retest and looking for that setup on the lower time frame. So the setup is the same on all the time frames. It's just drilling down to get the better entries. The bias is the hardest part. Getting your bias is the trickiest part. But But yeah, once you get used to it, and as Alex says, you kind of get a knack for it. You kind of just get a feel for it. Then, you have that instinct about it.
When you
I am going to say, sorry guys, I'm going to say goodbye. It is the end for me today. And I will see you guys. It was lovely spending time with all of you, and I'll see you guys probably on a Wednesday, because I think I've been told that I need to come in on a Wednesday. Whatever Jonathan tells me to do, I do. So I'll see everybody, and I think we may have just got to take profit as well on that GU, which is looking delicious.
Excellent.
Maybe it still hasn't done it, but anyway, we'll see you guys later. Okay.
Nice meeting you, mate.
Perfect.
Yeah.
Alex. See you. Bye. I was going to ask you, Mike. You said something interesting. You said your strategy or your approach is most effectively, or the patterns, the things that you look for, they only work on forex.com. Are you referring to the price feed forex.com?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, on TradingView.
And TradingView. Do you have what are your thoughts? Why do you think that is?
I honestly don't know. I couldn't tell you. I just when sometimes you just find a little crack in the system and you think, oh, let's just have a look at that. And I mean, years ago somebody just said to me, look at forex.com. It's got a because CFDs, as we know, we're not going to get a centralized price, so it's whatever the broker decides. And somebody once told me, have a look at forex.com. It's got a pretty good overview of the market, and it's not, it's not going to be manipulated by a particular broker or anything like that. And it's worked. It doesn't always, obviously, there's no such thing as as we all know, there's no such thing as 100% foolproof trading strategy, but when you see the setups and when they're nice and clean, then they are really nice opportunities, because you can drill down lower and lower. You could do a swing trade, but then if you want to get a really nice RR, then you can go for the sniper trades, and you just drill down into it just like you do on your trades, I think, as well.
Yeah, I recognize that. I think it is, well, I shouldn't say, the way or the only way, because there are multiple ways to approach the market and extract profit. But I think it's a theme, it's a recurring theme for many people, right? Using different time frame top-down analysis, because it makes sense. And why wouldn't you want to use the putting the odds in your favor? Because that's what we're doing when we do top-down analysis. You take the probabilities on the higher time frames and you apply them to the lower time frames, and you keep on doing that, pushing the odds in your favor, which is actually the definition of a trader, right? It's someone who puts the odds in his or her favor.
Exactly. I'm going to drop off as well, guys, but I'll just quickly show you. So you were asking, Demetrius, about the kind of where I'd be looking for entry. So where I said I look at the 11-minute. So the 11-minute here, you can see it's actually got an engulfing candle here. So that would have been an interesting zone to look out for. But you can see the wick has actually broken past it. So this wick would be an interesting one for me. But the fact that it's broken past that area says to me that it's invalid. So I'd still be waiting. I'll show you, that's at the 7-minute, actually, not the 11-minute. I'd still be waiting for an opportunity to get in on this.
Yeah, cool.
That's where I'd be. I'd still probably be. I think this is looking like a good area here. The 87, 86. 876, 877, something like that. That's kind of where I'd be looking for some potential buys, but I'm not sure that's necessarily going to be a big one, because you've smashed through that 200 EMA. So there's a lot of momentum selling at the moment. So anyway, guys, good to see you. Great to join you guys, and
thank you,
forward
Michael.
to seeing you all soon. Cheers, guys.
Yes.
Take care.
It's been a pleasure having you with us, Mike. All right,
and I'll be shooting off as well, because it's pretty late here for me, so it's 12 a.m.
Yes,
so.
I understand. Yes, thank you for stopping by and sharing with us your ideas and the way you treat, and you're welcome to come back and share more if you like. I mean, be as generous as you can for our audience, and because I'm sure they love it. I did enjoy it very much, so I'm sure they did as well. Thank you,
Awesome.
Jimmy, for
Nice meeting
your
you guys.
input.
Take care, Demetrios. Good meeting you.
Next couple of days. Thanks.
No problem. Take care.
See you guys.
All right.
Victor, would you like me to drop off as well in your segment?
It's up to you. It's the following 2 hours is indeed going to be mine segment, but you're free to join and keep on with us as you please. It's up to you. Feel free to, if you're have some other commitment, feel free to let us know, and no worries. You're absolutely free to do as you please.
Perfect. Thank you, Victor. I'll stay here for another half an hour or so before I need to go, etc. Okay. And then we'll take it from there. Feel free to proceed, or we can chat as well, general things, or if you'd like to ask anything. So I'm at your mercy.
All right. So yes, perfect. I would like to understand a little bit about how your trading, how you approach the market. But first, I'm trying to get the let's see if I can get the proper. Yeah, I think that will do. The proper layout, that is.
No worries. Take your time.
Yeah. So Ashley, it's been it's great that you're joining us. Let me, if I don't know how much while I was away, how much you explain about your strategy and how you approach the market, but could you give us a little bit understanding of what kind of trader are you, and what are the things that you use in the market? If you already done that, already explained that, then you may just say so, and just because of perhaps I wasn't in the room back then.
It's not a problem. I did explain it, but I'll go do a brief run through. To answer your question, I use a multi-strategy approach. So I firmly believe in trading. One cannot isolate a particular trading strategy to reach all our different objectives or goals that we want to in trading. We can't fit everything that we want to in one strategy. So it's important to have a top-down approach, and it's important to understand that one would need to, as one goes on this trading journey, you need to start to expand your different strategies and understand how to build on top of one another. So basically, I have what I call a core swing strategy. That's like a foundational strategy where it takes swing type trades, long and short, going with and against the trend, and even in sides. So that that strategy is always, not necessarily always, but generally flows with the market. And then from there, we add on specific strategies to either position trade, additional swing trades or breakout trades, or even intraday trades, either doing a complementary trade with the swing trade, with the core swing trade open, or as an intraday trade, or as an additional swing trade, or as a hedge even. So it's a multifaceted approach.
I like that. I like that very much, because I think that's how the market really works, right? There are things within other concepts, within other concepts, and approaches within. I know it sounds kind of vague while I'm saying this, but let's say I know for a fact that, not for a fact because we don't know that, but normally when I see an order block that is being created and reacted upon, I automatically assume that the likely thing it's going to do is go from one order block to the next one, right? Just like we see here on the chart. That Correct. Is one approach. That is one, you could say, one strategy using order blocks and station to station. How do you actually approach this? You can do that many different ways, depending on different circumstances. That's why I understand what you mean by that. Utilizing different tools and approaches to do extract the thought or the expectation that you have for an asset. That is so. You said position sizing. Did I hear that well? Do you mean as in holding it for months?
Yes, a position trade. So I do either position trade, swing trade, or even an intraday trade. So it depends. The position trade is not set to a specific timeline or a duration. It depends on obviously how the chart and how the analysis develops, etc. And it's obviously managed according to certain strategy objectives. But all three, and it's how to position all three, how to layer it on top of one another. And again, you don't have to layer it on top of one another, but it's the understanding of that concept. Similar to the term time frame correlation, or I think you guys like to call it the fractals, how the time frames fit into one another. So it's that kind of concept where you can layer and build.
Yes, that is a very concept that we all resonate with, right? The fractal nature of the market.
Yes.
That's why we use also the top-down analysis, but
That's
the
it.
same concept being able to be used on different time frames. That's awesome. So what are the assets? I saw a little bit while I was away. I saw a sheet that you were presenting with many assets, and I wasn't in the room at that moment. But do you actually look at all of them, or are you?
Yes.
Do you?
So let me just go back to that. Would you like for me to share the screen again?
No problem. Yes. I was just wondering how much of those assets do you trade and.
Let me share the screen, then at least I can explain correctly. So I'm just going to present.
Yes.
We get to share my screen again. Give me a second.
No problem. In the meantime, as we are, well, let me check the NASDAQ, the plane.
Go for it.
I see there. Yes, I see your. I see your. Let me put my little update on the trade that I put on, based on the preference of the people in the audience. That's the trade. It's still going. Basically, it looks better now, and I will break it down a little bit more. What I'm reading while prices is still open.
Excellent.
It hasn't done anything yet. But let me put on your screen. Am I able to do this? Is your screen ready to be put on the?
Yes, on my side it's showing, but I don't think I have control over to switching it. There we go. Okay. To answer your question, this section here with the little arrow, the little finger pointing, these are what I call our core markets, and you'll be able to tell those are the different major asset classes. So to answer your question, I trade all of those symbols within this core. And just to give you further insight, something we touched on a little bit earlier while you were not in, is that one can actually practically say, how can I actually do that? It can be overwhelming, which it is, but that's why I've also transitioned from hand trading to an EA. But hand trading, manually trading is still there, existent. I just place the hand trading for specific strategies and asset classes like the stocks. So the EAs are working in relation to the strategy, and that's always trading these asset classes. Now, the reason it's important to understand that is because one doesn't necessarily need to trade all those assets, but specifically as you do your technical analysis and you analyze the market, for me, it's important, as my opinion, to actually get an overall view of what the assets are doing, because they all are interrelated. Between you got intra-market analysis, assets, symbols within the same asset, and symbols across asset classes that are interrelated. So it's important to understand how the financial markets are just flowing before we even look at any strategies. So these are the ones that are like a standard. I always trade these ones as a standard. And then the other circles I scale up depending on what is occurring and what the strategies and how the different strategies are setting up. So the two outer circles is the scalability of the technique.
could you explain that to me? I mean, I don't know if you guys went into detail. When you say scalability of the technique, you mean liquidity and volume of the market at that particular asset, or are you referring to something else?
One of it could be one of it could be a technique, but I don't employ that technique. So I'll give you an example in terms of the FX. So these are the dollar directs. These are the majors and the minors. So you got obviously euro dollar, cable dollar, Aussie dollar, Kiwi dollar. I'm sure, as you know, that what you'll find is that if you start looking at those four FX pairs always on its own, they generally move in tandem. It doesn't mean they are identical moving, but they're generally moving in tandem. So i.e., meaning that generally when euro dollar is moving in a rising trend, so is cable, Aussie, and Kiwi, to different degrees and different strengths and different areas, but generally they're moving together. So right now, if you look at your daily chart and understand the trends, you'll see that euro, cable, Aussie, and Kiwi are all in falling trends. On the dollar directs, dollar yen, dollar CAD, dollar Swiss are all in rising trends. As we know, dollar is strengthening. So with that as a baseline, let's say, for example, euro dollar is in a falling trend like it is now. But let's suppose dollar yen is also in a falling trend, which is not exactly yet, but let's suppose it is hypothetically. If you got euro dollar in a falling trend, that means euro weak, dollar strong. Dollar yen in a falling trend, for specifically dollar yen, dollar weak and yen strength. Now, if you combine euro and yen together, you've got what I term as a double whammy, meaning you've got extreme euro strength and extreme euro strength and extreme yen weakness. And that is when I'll go to the euro yen pair and trade that, because generally you should find an extreme rising trend in that situation. So it's understanding that intermarket relationship. So that's one technique on how I scale from all these asset classes into the second circle. So you don't just go into the symbols. I don't just randomly go into the charts of the symbols. There's certain techniques I have that will allow me to then go in. So that adds efficiency and probability to look at that symbol. Does that make sense?
That makes a lot of sense. That is basically what others as well, they call them looking for which pair or which currency is stronger, and which one is weaker or weakest. And you have those
correct,
right? Where you can see their relations in between the pairs, and you want to be trading the weak, the strongest, and the weak, the extremes, basically, because those are the ones that you'll see those pronounced, it's not exaggerated, those big moves that we, as traders, we want to have. So it makes a lot of sense, Ashley. Awesome. So if I understand, you're taking a quite broad approach to the market. I like that, where you're looking to basically all asset classes, right, on financial market. You're looking also at all different types of trading. Oh, hold on. All trading styles and time frames. So I like that broad approach where you're combining, almost everything.
It takes a while. It's taken a number of years, but we slowly work at it, each in our own pace. So I wanted to at least share with the trading community, the 5ers trading community, with that aspect. And I've found in my experience that sometimes just the small little tidbits that you pick up here and there from other people and different views to then start molding your own and moving forward. So I wanted to share that with the community.
That's awesome. That's awesome. I like that. And what you just mentioned there is, I think, such a big important. We have such a big important theme there, because it's a process. Becoming a trader is such a process, and it takes, I don't want to, exaggerate or dramatize anything, but it does take a big, a long period until you know yourself, the strategy, everything that is necessary to actually operate in the markets profitably and consistently. And it is so underestimated how much it takes, how long it takes to become, a trader of significance to yourself. I mean, not for everyone else, but I mean for yourself, that it's something that's impactful and useful, or a stream of income. It takes quite a while before you get that. So I like that what you just said, that it was a process that got you there. Good stuff. Good stuff.
And it's a number of years on my part, but that's also, you go back, sometimes you got to kind of pause yourself in your own development as well, and saying, let me go back and rethink how I started and what mistakes and the classic mistakes everybody makes, or the classic pitfalls and the emotions everyone goes to. And you go, well, if I had someone to tell me that earlier, it would make such a difference. So that's something I'd like to do as well, to share with the community areas. And for some, it may work. For some, it's not. But again, as long as I share it and at least it's there, and then they slowly build and mold their own going forward as well.
I understand that. That's the the added value of having someone to guide you, someone who went through it already. In other words, sort of a mentor. And in a mentor, I think is could potentially help someone a lot, because they can tell you what to try and what not to try, because they have done it already. But there's also a process that a mentor cannot replace, which
Correct.
is making your own mistakes. And
Correct.
that's the mentor can tell you what to do, but sometimes in the process of growth of the trader needs to do certain things wrong, and do those mistakes, feel the pain, get the frustration, hit the wall, for them to grow and becoming a trader. And that's something well, you could, in theory, you could in theory do that as a mentor, but typically, the mentor will show you the way, and help you when you deviate from that way. But the deviation sometimes is exactly what you need as a trader to become a robust trader with experience. I see you're changed the screen.
Correct.
For another
Yeah, sorry. Another slide, yes. Sorry, Victor,
Yeah.
I didn't mean to disrupt your thought there. The reason I changed was to actually add to your thought, and that, like you're saying, we've got to go through, each trader's got to go through their own personal journey. But this is where also, in my experience, the humility comes in for yourself as well. You've got to be humble to yourself to say, listen, and humble to the skill of trading financial markets, where it's a process. And at times, you've got to actually not be too hard on yourself, but at the same time be balanced and say, well, look, you don't want to be gambling, because it's not the skill, it's not gambling. So what are you learning? What are you starting to learn? What can you take away from the last good or bad experience? Doesn't matter if it's good or bad. What are you taking away? How are you developing? And that's where I wanted to kind of go with your thought there, to say at the same time, you're going to be humble with yourself, but at the same time, be also disciplined and have that self-accountability to oneself to say, well, look, where am I heading towards? What am I doing? So something to add to your thought. Sorry for disturbing your thought there if I did. Sorry.
No, you didn't at all. I was gonna say slide, but you helped me out, so thank you. No, I think that's awesome. I like that. So I see the humility, and then there's traders maturation, and then risk management. I love it. I think I'm reading in the incorrect. Is it? No, it is in the correct sequence. And then there's
No, you're reading it quite right. So just to give a brief overview, because we did go through this, it was as a trader, you need to cultivate the qualities of humility and discernment, and that will lead to establishing and maintaining good habits, and that will obviously help you with your trader maturation, maturing as a trader. then that will lead to you to prioritize risk management over analysis and profits. And then you'll reach your objective. And the objective is to be a responsible and sustainable trader. Because if you can be a responsible, sustainable trader, you can reach trading success. And then obviously the last area is diversify your trading universe. So not one strategy, not one symbol or instrument is going to get you to your end goal, whatever your end goal is. It's understanding you need to scale up. What are you doing to, and also maintain it, etc. So those are just 5 principles that's helped me in my journey in trading.
Awesome. I love it. Expanding, transitioning, they're all words that an experienced trader would be talking about, because they know what they're talking about. That is that something that I recognize as well. It's not about one thing, right? It's about the process. It's liquid in time as you update and you optimize your system. So so great stuff. I'm going to share my screen now, because the let me see if I have it in.
Go for it.
That is the the trade that I took. I did the analysis on NASDAQ. We asked the people in the audience to, and I see Dirk is with us as well.
Yes.
Would you like
Dirk.
Dirk, would you like me to go ahead? Perfect. I will. Nice. I love it when Dirk is with us.
He's great. I've heard him many times.
Hey guys,
Hi,
how
Dirk.
you doing? Hey Victor. Hey Ashley. Pleasure to meet you.
Hi Dirk, how you doing?
Great. I thought I quickly disturb you. Just wanted to share. I went gold long again just now because I saw this morning we were trading gold, right? But it's shifted to the NASDAQ now. I just heard.
Yep. Oh, shifted to the NASDAQ. Yeah, it was gold for Jonatan's session, and then NASDAQ for Victor's.
Oh, okay, I see. So I stuck with gold. I have a gold virus now since yesterday, and yeah, went just long. If you want, I can quickly share.
Yes,
my
please
screen
do.
almost.
Please do.
Hold on just a tiny second here. I have too many windows open.
In the meantime, I will tell what
Please,
people can see. The audience, we asking the audience to choose the asset, and we will trade them. And that's exactly what we did. I don't trade the NASDAQ normally. At least not trading. So I did the analysis, and maybe later on I will do a little breakdown, a little review of why I entered there and why the direction and why I exited the place that I did. But in this instance, price did go to the TP, as we can see, and you can. I don't know if it's going to continue to go there, because I stopped doing the analysis, stopped doing the price reading. It might just as well continue to go lower, but you can see we can see how price has at least a reaction to that area, and that's not a coincidence. And that's the reason why I put my TP there, because I expect at least some kind of reaction, and I want to be out as soon as that happens. So that was my trade. I hit TP, so yay. I'm going to show your screen now, Dirk, if that's great. Okay.
Yeah, sure. Okay, go for it. Yeah, as I said, and what we're seeing right now is actually how I like to trade on the short time frames in a nutshell. I said it yesterday, but I didn't have a good example to show that. What I'm always looking for are these areas of confluence. So, and it doesn't really matter by the end of the day how you identify them. If you are using, like me now, indicators, these are not off-the-shelf indicators, of course. These are proprietary indicators that I coded myself and refined, over the course of a number of years. And what we saw basically is here gold coming down, and then we had here actually from 2 different indicators, bottom signals, buy signals printing. And I just saw it because I was in a meeting. When I came back, I saw, oh wow, okay, we had like 3-4 signals now here. So I went long at 2884, I think. Let me quickly see. 2884, correct? I went long again. Again, this is a paper trading account. I'm still waiting. Jonatan wants to set up a 5ers account for me, so in the future I can live trade this on a 5ers account. Always a little bit different, of course, if you start doing it with real money than paper trading. Of course, less emotions involved in paper trading. And this area of confluence are also what we saw, for example, here, only with a small wick to the upside, but especially also, and that's interesting, I was, of course, sleeping at that time, I was not there anymore. Yesterday night in this area, when we reached here the really top, when gold started attacking the level of 2950, I also got a bunch of sell signals there, which if I would have been awake at that time, I for sure would have traded. And why am I showing this right now? Because I think this illustrates very good how important it is to stay patient, to really wait for those top signals, not to jump at every trade, just, because you like the clickety-click action, but wait, until you get those prime great signals. I mean, in theory, for example, for this one, I could put the stop loss now to break even, maybe a little higher than break even, and then just see where it goes. Maybe it's going to reverse now. My target would be here, the blue line, which the 200 simple moving average, so which is currently trading round about 2903. Probably would put the take profit actually a little bit lower than 2903, maybe 2899. It's not so good to put from my experience at least, the take profits and stop loss at those even numbers, because the price gets attracted to this, and there's a high chance, that it bounces before it reaches this even number. On the other hand, when it reaches this even number, it's possible that it overshoots by a little bit, of course. Yeah, that's just, quick update from my side. And I didn't want to disturb you guys.
Not at all. You didn't.
Not at all. It's great sharing the different trades, and Dirk, I think I like the way you just came in, which is great because it's something that's happened, and to show the community it's live, it's real, and that's what you go through.
That's what we want to do now here, really share those live trades, what we are doing in day-to-day action. And yeah, I mean, interesting, by the way, also, Victor, to see you trading the Nasdaq. I think that's a new one for you, right?
Yeah, it wasn't my choice. But the idea was to show that you could, in principle, trade any asset when you're using price action, right? You're using the same concept. You may have to adjust things a little bit. Of course, what I executed isn't the plan, isn't the trade plan as I normally do on EU and GU. It's not the exact steps, but the concepts are the same, and the expectation is the same. Prices, as these structures are representations of the emotions of traders, the collective psychology behind it. It doesn't matter what asset we are trading. So, today I'm going to show it in a couple of minutes or so. But what was your TP, or what is your TP on this trade? I missed that.
I would say right now, like in theory, it should be here at the 200 moving average, simple one. So that would be at 2903 right now. But probably I would pull the plug around 2899, because I don't want to risk it being bounced off the even number.
Yeah, the round numbers.
That's what you just mentioned.
Yeah,
I understand. And actually, for a TP, it makes sense to front run either the number, the structure, whatever, the EMA. For TP, you want to be front running them, and for stop loss, you want to give them extra room instead of getting out before it reaches it. And it makes sense, because some people will call it liquidity, other people will call it manipulation, but that's how the market works, right? It's sometimes it's certain structures are front run, they're not even touched. Sometimes they are. And other times there's a wick that is left behind. It touches, it takes you out, and then go the other way. And that's why we want to be conservative in the TP and a little bit more accommodating in the stop loss placement.
Exactly.
Awesome.
And so see, I protected the position now. I had my take profit up here. My stop loss I put now to 2887. So even if we go down now, I think there's enough leeway, to still get out of this position with a good profit, virtual profit in this case, of course.
Excellent, good management.
I like it. I love it. So
we are getting pushed out of our comfort zone here. Victor suddenly trading the Nasdaq, me trading gold.
yes. I think it's I think that in itself is a good exercise, right?
It is.
To push yourself a little bit and ask yourself, is everything that I do necessary? Sometimes you will know that we do certain things. They're just habits, but not necessarily like proven to help us. And by changing the situation, the circumstances, you test those things as well. Is it working as well? Maybe I can do with less, making it simpler, my process. But great stuff. I'm going to go back to the market to have a little review, because today we had, of course, GU news, the speech. So I'm going to switch back, if that's okay with you, Dirk, to the GU. Have we had the news? Was not long ago. The news was, let me put, this is on UTC, so that means on it was at here, which is, this is the place where the speech was expected, when the speech started, and we didn't get that big spike in any direction, but we did find some nice directional movement afterwards, meaning the market, it didn't surprise the market. Anything, I didn't follow the speech, I actually never do, just watch price action, but the price didn't change direction suddenly or do anything that we didn't see already, right? What I mean by that is that we already saw that price reacted from these levels. That's why I had the quasi. It showed us it wants to go up, breaking those structures, and after a small retracement, it just continued after with the news as the catalyst for that continuation. So it's a nice movement. It didn't trigger me to enter any trades, as you can see. My areas haven't been retested, haven't been revisited, so it didn't signal anything for my general, my master strategy. But coming back to NASDAQ, what I wanted to show was the reason, just for an overview, the reason why I took the trade. Generally, on the daily, I was expecting, I'm still expecting for price to go higher, because of there's an order block there on the daily time frame, a fresh one, and we haven't reached this TP yet. We did, however, react upon an order block, but that doesn't, still I think there's a good chance of it completing the quasi, that we have the quasi being this bullish reversal pattern, head, the left shoulder, the neckline breaking, coming back to that order block very nicely, as you can see, comes back to that order block and moves away to the other side, right, from station to station, as we so often say. But we haven't completed that reversal pattern by taking out this high. So I think that's the thought behind it. We might still be going to go up, but that's on the higher time frame, so it can take a couple of days before it gets there. On the lower time frame, we have the after the touching this order block on the daily time frame, we had that reaction, but it didn't break any structure. The market structure didn't change. It's still making a higher high, and I was expecting, I'm still expecting, that this is just a retracement in its way, continue higher. There was, however, a bearish quasi on the H4, which is this one. Let's see if I can do it quickly. That's the head, the left shoulder, the head, breaking of that neckline, coming back to a relevant H4 order block. And I didn't like that, because that means that perhaps we're going to be seeing something in this, something resembling this structure. If that's going to be the case, then because of this reversal, I didn't know if the reversal, the assumed higher time frame reversal, is going to start from this H4, maybe something lower, or maybe after taking liquidity below that swing low. Because of that, not uncertainty, but because of those things, those structures, I thought, I have nothing really to indicate where a good chance would be to get a long yet. And frankly, the price action hasn't given us anything to think we are, reversing yet. So because of all of this, I was, just going with the flow, and the market structure on the lower time frames also, it was indicating to me that, the sellers are in control, and I'll keep doing that until it switches, regardless of the expectation I have on the high time frame, where price might, react and go long from this or maybe the other order block below, or so on. And that was the hourlies, the setup. And what I did on the lower time frames was I was looking for our other structures that align with this H2 that was being retested. Let's look at that. That's the H2 that was created by these two these two candles retested in this wick. Maybe I should open it up a little bit more. And then I was expecting for this move to have like the third move, like the typical move we have one, which is, this is the creation of the order block, a move up, which is that green candle, a bigger move down, which is the order block that was created, a retest, which is this wick, a retest of that order block. And in the process, I was expecting for price to come back as it is going to continue to go down. And that's, in this incident, that's exactly what it did. Doesn't always happen like that, but that's exactly what it did. And it did go higher. My entry wasn't ideal, because of course I didn't choose to enter that. It wasn't of my choice. It was because of a little bit of entertainment. If it were to me, I would wait for price to actually come to the areas that I wanted. So this was as good as an entry I could get at that moment, which is the H15 going to the low time frames. We saw that it was created, and price came back to it once, and that's why I took it, thinking it would continue to do so. Instead of doing that, of course, the market doesn't play out perfectly all the time. Actually, most of the time, it deviates a little bit, but that's how the market. It's not picture perfect. The same way the patterns that you see in when they're explaining the patterns, that's not exactly how you're gonna be seeing them on the real market, right? Ashley and Dirk, right? That's how we know price action, right?
Right. Quite correct, Victor. Victor, something else just to add to the NASDAQ analysis, something to be aware of is right now, obviously, as we know, NASDAQ is in a rising trend on a daily time frame. It's also recently hit a new 52-week high, and not only that, a new almost all-time new high. So number one, NASDAQ is quite priced to perfection. So it is quite vulnerable, and it is within a range of that rising trend of about 1,000 points. So between about 22 and 21,000. So until we see a clear break and potential retest of that either way, that will probably give us the further direction on NASDAQ going forward.
Perfect. I like that. I like that a lot. Because that's some insight that, of course, I would be able to mention, but since this is not a pair that I trade all the time, I don't have those backgrounds infos. So it's awesome. It's awesome. Thank you for that.
You're welcome. Just to add a little bit further insight, it's quite also interesting what's happening now with our asset classes, because you can see the FTSE 100 and the DAX has also made all-time new highs and 52-week new highs. And one of the key reasons for that is because of the dollar being quite strong on those indices, because most of the large market cap companies, their earnings are derived from US dollars. Because of the dollar being strong, they're going to earn, their currency in the UK and the euro being quite weak. If they earn dollars, their profits are going to increase. So it's quite interesting to see the FTSE and the DAX, I think as well as the CAC, hitting all-time new highs. So there's quite a bit of money flowing into that. And that's one of the reasons back in that. But the indices right now are priced to perfection.
Nice.
All right, what's up, guys?
Hey, Jonatan.
How are you guys doing?
I'm
good, and you?
Yes,
a good different view there for you.
Yeah, I'm on my laptop here. I'm home with my home with my son. A couple of hours here. So
Great.
I'm just jumping in on the laptop. I see that we got Dirk on here as well, and Ashley. Nice to have you here. It's the first time having
Thank
on
you, Jonatan.
the live stream.
Thank you.
It seems like people have really been enjoying the stuff that you've been sharing. So really appreciate that. Looks like we've got a lot of good comments on that. What are we doing?
Welcome.
Are we trading anything? I know Dirk is probably trading gold.
I'm long gold.
You just mentioned the long on gold.
I went long at 2884, and now my stop loss is already at 2887. So already in profit, man. I'm a gold bug now.
Nice. Yeah, we're gonna continue to see if we can get some good entries on gold. I don't know what I had an idea on gold this morning. I wonder what happened with that one. If that one got confirmed. Let's see.
In the meantime, that you're looking for that trade, Jonatan, I'm gonna finish the breakdown of the Nasdaq trade that I took based on the preference.
Oh wow!
So
you that's the trade you took on Nasdaq.
Yeah, that was the trade we did at the beginning of the stream.
Nice. I like that. That's pretty cool.
At least the beginning of when I started the stream, when I joined in, and as I was saying, it was based on the higher time frame going into this H4 order block. That was the idea. This is the exact candle I got into, and we see there is an H2 order block there, which is the hourly basis for the entry, and we had a 15-minute right here, which I used, although it triggered already here. This was the moment I would be able to get in normally, or I would be waiting to get in. But because it was something, we artificially framed set up in the sense that this is not something that I normally do, I got in at this level, right? Meaning it's not perfect. I knew I would want to get into in the 15-minute order block, but I didn't have that luxury, so I took it earlier, and it did go against me all the way until about 2 hours, 3 hours ago, and then it switched and all the way went to that H4 order block, which it may continue to do so, but I knew that once it reaches that order block, it may start getting resistance, or not. This is demand, so it's not resistance, but stop. The move will get decelerated because there's a demand zone there, and this is the reason, right? And it may seem, when I start looking at these, how price reacts to the order blocks, it was, I thought, and I still, it amazes me, but this is it. I don't make these up, right? The structures, this is the reason why I trade order blocks, why the market comes and reacts to them quite nicely. And it doesn't mean it's going to reverse all the time at that specific place, but it doesn't have to. Just to know where price could react. There's so much edge in there, either for your stop losses, for your TP, for your entries. I mean, you name it. You can use this to your advantage, and that's it. That's what I wanted to explain or show us. Did you get your trade, Jonatan? You wanted to show?
No, it never confirmed, and I guess it's a good example of why you kind of want to wait for price action to really confirm what you're looking for before entering the trade. And obviously that never happened. We saw that move down on gold, and I guess now looking at gold, it's very difficult because I don't know. Let's see if I can share my screen. I'm on. I don't know. How's the sound, by the way?
We can hear you.
It's okay.
All right.
It's okay.
So I'm on my laptop here, so I have to see if I can share TradingView here. But basically, the idea that I had
I'm gonna come back. I'm gonna come back in a couple of minutes. I'm gonna be right back.
Yeah, I'm gonna change. Why are we? Why is it round circles? Let me change that.
No. We had to do that
Alex
because
Okay.
because we had many
Yes. Yeah. I saw we were quite a few people before. Let me see if I can adjust this.
Because of that, the round was better.
All right.
Be right back.
Oh, now it's looking better. Okay, so let me. Okay, my son is watching some Lego here in the background, so I'm asking him to just turn it down a little bit. Okay, so we have on the on the 5 minute here. This is. I think the idea was to get a break and retest trade in, sort of like on something like that, and I waited for that breakout and the break and retest. That obviously never happened, so we got that break lower. And now, what I mean by it being a bit complicated is the fact that if you look at the 4 hour, I said previously I wanted to see perhaps a pullback down into this area. And even though we didn't have a deep pullback, if you add a horizontal on that wick, you see that it actually did test this wick right here. And so you do have that wick respecting this as resistance, and then sort of like a wick here as well. So this might actually be that retest. And this happens quite a lot on gold while it's while it has a very strong bullish momentum. You can see the same thing happening here on that level. You have a wick on the 4 hour. It never really comes down to that perfect level, which is down here. And the perfect level here would be that one. So a lot of times when it has a lot of bullish momentum, it kind of sucks up all of that liquidity that we have down here and then starts moving higher. So I think I do think, that bullish engulfing candle here in the 15 minute is probably a really good entry on gold. But I would say that I'm late on that entry, and now obviously I don't want to enter here because you can obviously view this as resistance. You can have it like this, and then this creates a move up into resistance. But if I would see this live, which I didn't, I would have entered on this candle right here
as a long.
Yeah, long right there, and then probably hold it based on the fact that this is a pattern that usually plays out on gold, where you have a very strong move. And I remember in the morning as well, I did say that I would not be surprised if gold just takes out all of these lows and then starts trading higher. Now we had a move that was much deeper than anticipated, but still the same idea is sort of playing out. So I think getting in here might be a really, really good position on gold, especially if this trend is going to continue, because I think this trend is, it's quite obvious that we're in a strong uptrend, and this now looks like a break and retest. And we do have the 4 hour closing in about 1.5 minutes, and this is a good wick. And we've seen that on most of these good swing lows, there's a nice little wick there on the 4 hour. So I don't know where's your TP, Dirk?
Dirk is going to be back in a couple of minutes.
Oh, okay. Do we know where his TP is?
If I can,
yes, it was at 200. Go ahead, Ashley.
No. Yes, if I can recall, you didn't set one, but he did mention around about the 200 EMA on one of the lower time frame charts. But he has moved his stop up to actually, I think, lock in a little bit of profit, if I'm not mistaken.
He actually mentioned he's going to front run that 200 SMA, and yes, he's back, and he's in the.
Take profit is at 2899.
And it's how far are we from you're almost there, right?
Almost there, yeah. So it's like $3. I could potentially put the stop loss now higher, but just let it run. The 200 EMA, as I said, that was my initial target, but since it was just slightly over 2,900, I didn't want to put the take profit there. As I mentioned earlier, there's a chance always that you bounce off those price levels, and you don't want to not hit your target just, because you want to stick too much to this certain line or whatever.
Exactly.
So I think, on the lower time frames, obviously on the lower time frames, I'm seeing, a good short opportunity here. But I think, and you hit your stop loss at the TP right now, right?
Yeah, I not yet. No, still a little bit to go.
Yeah, I'm thinking, on the lower time frames, I really feel like I would want to get into a short here, and if we add the fibs, I think that's going to be quite obvious. We have a very good area here with the reload zone being in perfect confluence here with that breakdown move, if you like. And I don't know, I feel like shorting here, you're basically shorting this move, and that is just not a good idea, I think.
Jonatan, just it'll be interesting to see. Go to the daily time frame and do your analysis on the daily time frame and give me your opinion.
Okay.
Just to add it to your 4-hour analysis.
Yeah, so there's not much to say really here on the daily. I think this, to me, for me to really make something out of this, just give me a second.
Is your son trashing your home right now?
No, he's playing with Lego, and he really like we've actually sorted about 30,000 Lego pieces by color.
Wow!
Oh my gosh!
Yes, we've done that for about 6 months now. So we have his whole room is just boxes with Lego sorted by color. It's pretty insane.
How do you know it's 30,000? By weight?
Because we have most of this. So we have an application on the phone where we scan all the blueprints of all the builds, and that combined is 30,000 pieces. And then we're going to be trying to, like, there's so much money in these piles. So instead of buying new Lego all the time, we figured why not try to buy the things that we already have.
It adds the creativity as well.
Oh yeah, it's I love Lego. I probably love it more than him.
so Jonatan, is the sorting out of the colors for your benefit as well?
Well, yeah, I mean, I do tell my fiance that it's for him, but secretly it's definitely for me.
Okay.
Okay. So on the daily, when I see,
by the way, my take profit was hit just now.
No,
excellent.
Of course.
Excellent.
That's beautiful. Okay, so we have that. This is actually a really cool exercise. We did select the pair and everything for myself, and then you went in and traded gold, and Victor did the same, and it's a very good day. I mean, I didn't take the trade, which means I just followed the rules. You won a trade on gold, and then Victor had a win on that. So I think a very successful experiment so far. But
and it's nice being pushed out of your comfort zone, in my opinion.
Oh no!
Sorry, what? Yeah, exactly. You want to challenge yourself, right?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so just a quick look here at gold on the daily. So for me to really make, like, the way I make a decision looking at the daily is, so first of all, this is at all-time highs. So we don't really have any levels to base our analysis on in terms of resistance. But what I like to do is I like to focus my attention on this move that we have here, and I'm looking at the behavior of this trend here, and there's literally there's nothing that tells us that there's a possibility of a reversal here on the daily. It's following the same characteristics that it has in the past, and it's actually accelerating. And the fact that it's accelerating might be a sign that it's eventually it's going to lose momentum. And then we can look at like adding accelerating trend lines, sort of like this. And this is a good way of looking at the strength of the trend, right? If every new trend line has a steeper curve than the previous one, then that means that the trend is simply just accelerating and accelerating at a quite unhealthy pace, because eventually the trend line will just be a straight line to the upside, and that's just not sustainable. So I do think that we are going to get some type of pullback. Where should we get that pullback on the daily? Well, that's the thing. If you look at the daily, I would say that we do have a level here, but that's the level that I pointed out on the 4-hour, and that level might already have been tested in terms of that level being front ran, just like we had around this area on that daily wick, and we had it here as well. So on the daily, this really doesn't tell me anything other than if we have a strong rejection and a move down here, that will be my daily level that I would be trading. And on my personal account, I wouldn't be trading gold until we actually hit that level.
Agreed.
Before entering.
As a long, yeah, agreed.
Yeah, and on the 4-hour, I mean, yes, it's very likely that we might make our way down here. And I mean, if we add the reload zone here, we see that, or the 0.618, we see that it aligns perfectly with that breakout area. But the fact is, if we hit this level, that might actually be a possible sign of the trend weakening, because the highs in this trend is you could say that it's kind of like born from very strong bullish momentum. If we break this wick on the 4-hour and they come down here and maybe form a range, that means that it's a weaker swing low that we've seen previously in the trend, and that would tell me that there's a change in behavior here. And so for me, gold right now is, unless we reclaim this level above, it's a no trade for me. But if we reclaim this level, then I'm most definitely interested in entering a long position.
Thank you. I certainly agree with you there, and I think the levels around about the 228, just below 27. I think that area, if we start breaking that, and depending where we close as well today, we close near the lows of today, that could potentially indicate that counter move on that daily might be starting. But I fully agree with you there in terms of what you've mentioned.
Yeah, and I mean, if the daily candle is, if the daily candle turns out to be, I guess we have to close quite far down for me to say that. It feels like
if we also start breaking like the last couple of days lows, which is generally where you've highlighted, that could be an indication. But it's good in terms of the sinking.
Would you take the short trade on this, Ashley?
I'm already in a short on gold.
Oh, you are already? Okay.
Oh, wow.
Yes.
Okay.
So I entered a couple of hours earlier today. I think the level was around about, just going to look at the level now, about just over 2904, round about there.
Good call. Well,
yeah. So it's a swing trade in terms of to give you a reference.
Yeah.
This is a great comment, by the way, from trader Lawrence, saying that he wants to thank Victor because Victor said focus on 1 to 2 pairs. My trading has improved and I feel more in the zone when trading. That's it. You get
well done, Lawrence. Well done.
Yeah, well done. That's it's not making that shift is not easy, and then it's important that you try all these new things to actually see what works for you and what doesn't. And it seems like you might have found something here that works for you. And I must say, I mean, if you're trading like I've been trading today in the lower time frames, it's going to be almost impossible to look at, I would say, more than 4 pairs on a daily basis.
Yeah, it gives me a great feeling to to be able to contribute to traders just like yourself, Lawrence. Thank you for coming out and letting us know that what we do here is helpful, so that others use this opportunity as well to improve their trading, because it can be as simple as that. Just a tip here, a tip there, a little guidance here or there, and can make a difference, a nice difference in your trading. So thank you.
Excellent.
So where did you enter your short, Ashley?
Around about 2904, 2905 in that area.
Would you add to the position, or do you have your stops somehow adjusted already to your entry?
I would add to it, but not at the moment. Let's see how the next days develop. So the swing trade just executed earlier today. And then we'll see how it develops. If it starts moving moving against the daily, so i.e. moving down, counter direction, I will start looking at different lower time frames to add on to that trade to potentially scale in. But it's a bit too early now.
Right, so it's a swing trade. Okay, so I thought you were trading on the lower time frames, but yeah, for a swing trade on gold, I kind of liked shorting gold here, and I would definitely. I mean, my best case scenario for trading gold is, to the downside is, I like this pattern, right, where you have a higher high and then you break the lows and then you have sort of like equal highs or lower highs. So something like this would make me very interested in shorting this, and that might look something like this, right? And just on the 4 hour, just a lower high and then breaking that low that we're printing now. That would definitely make me quite interested in shorting gold, because it feels like everyone has. I mean, this has taken most traders I talk with. This move has taken them by surprise, and people are kind of looking for reasons to short this, while I see a lot of beginner traders or a lot of retail traders, they're coming in and they want to buy gold because now everyone seems to understand that gold is super bullish, and it kind of feels like it's reaching a sentiment
peak
top here in a sense.
Yeah, peak.
I wonder actually how many people got burned there yesterday on the retail market when we were trading like above 2,940, trying to jump the train because for sure it's going until 3,000 now, and then it didn't. And that
and you can just look at the wicks here. I mean, imagine, just the wicks, especially if you look at the 1 hour in this range. I mean, there's a lot of wicks here. Most of these 1 hour candle has fairly big wicks, and it's we see a lot of fake outs, right? Especially on the lower time frames. I feel like a lot of people tried to get in on this on the breakouts and obviously got stopped out. And it's such nasty price action because like here people got stopped out. I mean, here they probably entered the breakout, and then it takes out the stops here, but it goes lower, right? And then it has a new fake out with a huge move to the downside, and then you have the real breakout. So it really likes it seems like it really likes to take out the obvious stop losses and then move a little bit further down, and then you have that real breakout. It happens so often. Like you have, for example, here you have that move down after creating like a level here, and you have a breakout, hits that level and then goes down. Same thing happened today. If you go to the 5 minute, especially if we're going to reclaim this level, then this would be a perfect example. Comes down to support and then goes all the way down here before potentially moving higher. So it really likes to overextend its moves on gold.
No, certainly gold has that propensity to do that. When it moves. But at the same time, something I said earlier in the session is that with the strategy I employ as a base strategy, I allow the strategy to move with the market. So right now I'm short, but as soon as the conditions or the structure is correct, automatically go long as well. So again, it's kind of getting that balance and removing yourself from the euphoria of everything. and that takes time and experience and going trade as the market develops. So this is what's happening now, and I can manage my trade. It's gone in a bit in my favor, and then if it turns, I'm out. Maybe I take a loss, maybe take break even, and with the structures right, move back into long, and just kind of flow with the market. So kind of don't fight the market, just flow as the market moves.
Yeah, I think that definitely makes sense. I have to go quickly. I'll see if I can jump on a little bit later. But it was nice having you on, Ashley, and we need to do this.
Thank you.
Do this again. I will.
Thank you, Jonathan.
See you guys a little bit later.
See you. Take care, Jonathan.
Take care.
Perfect.
Thank you for coming by, Jonathan.
Yes. In the same vein, thank you very much to the 5ers, Victor and Dirk. Thank you very much. It's been great having me on today and sharing with the community. I've also got to depart now, but good luck for the rest of the session. And hopefully chat you guys sometime soon.
It was a pleasure getting to know you, Ashley.
Thank you. It's likewise, Dirk. Likewise. All the best for your trades. Good to both.
Likewise, yeah.
Take care, Ashley.
Thank you, Victor. Thank you very much. Take care, everyone. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
Asking you to analyze euro-dollar. And I see you switched already. Very good.
Yes, but that was by accident. Okay. Well, it's not that much of an accident because that's one of the pairs. One of the
99% trades in euro-dollar.
Okay, so before we get to euro-dollar, let me do a little review, another review. Let me go through some of the other pairs we also look at. We have NASDAQ, just a review, or let us revisit this. This is not coincidence that it looks like it's trying to hold that H4 order block. I don't have a reason to think that it's necessarily going to hold because the market hasn't given us the signs yet that it wants to reverse, right? It doesn't do that. It doesn't do the reversal out of nowhere. It transitions into them. It decelerates first. It breaks the structure. It comes back and it confirms that the structure it used for the reversal is actually powerful. And then it shoots up, and it has sometimes even more than one, pop up before it gets to actually the follow through continuation move. So there's a whole process that goes into that. And on the lower time frames on NASDAQ, I don't see that process basically. So far, the fact that it did have that little pop here looks nice, but it's still just, it looks to me on its way to continue to go lower unless it changes price action in the future. All right, so that's NASDAQ. I'm gonna let that go because it's not something I typically look at. Gold has been, we've been talking about gold the last couple of minutes, and it's very interesting. And it's, of course, there's nothing to beat the attractiveness of gold. I mean, not only in trading, in general, gold is a precious metal. It is the precious metal for a reason. It's very attractive. It has an aura of attractiveness to it. And in trading also, right? Trading gold has a little allure to it because, it's gold bars. Gold represents, luxury and power and so on. So why am I saying this? Well, why am I saying this? Because it is like that. Gold does attract, and that's a good thing, but also not so great for many reasons. A good thing is it's a popular asset to trade. So when it runs because a lot of people want to trade that easily. But the other thing is it's also a pair that causes a lot of traders casualties, if I may put it that way, because it's a magnet for beginners traders to go to, while it's one of those pairs that beginners traders should not be trading, right? Because of its volatility, because of its sometimes when I've seen gold gap, like no other assets almost. Well, that's not necessarily precise, but you know what I mean. It has some moves that you don't see coming. So basically, What I want to, if I looked at this on the high time frames, I don't see a reason yet to go short, even though Ashley's already selling it. But of course, he has a different approach. He has a different reason. He's looking for different things, and his targets are different than mine, and so on. Everyone is different. While I don't see yet the reason to go short. Maybe I'm I'm much more specific. However, the market has started to show some signs of that there's a peak, and we might be getting to that phase where we might see continued downward pressure. The structure for, in my opinion, the structure for the structural line to be broken on gold right now is this line. That's the neckline to me, right? So unless this is taken out, I on the H4 time frame will still be thinking this could go continue to go higher. How much more, I don't know, but it could continue to still go. However, that pin bar looks eerily suspicious. That's the kind of pin bar you could be seeing at a top, right? Where everyone is left hanging there with their positions. They get in and the long on the move, and then the market slams the door in their face and they're trapped. Maybe that's happening. I don't know, but perhaps. That's one thing. The other is on the lower time frames, and that's not much to say, because on the lower time frame, on the H1, structures get broken all the time. It doesn't mean necessarily that much, but we did have a structural break on the H1, right? And perhaps that's something that Ashley was looking into when he, started to look for that short. So that's a reason. And if that is the case, if we are going to see the reversal from this area, then where am I going to be looking for the entry? Either one of those two structures, right? Either this, or maybe the H2, or maybe something else that might be created in the future that has some kind of overlap to these structures. So that is something that I'm looking in gold. Gold seems to be after such a nice bullish push, seems to be wanting to have sort of a break, a rest, a little retrace, and who knows, maybe a little bit more than that. Let's look at Bitcoin, and then we'll go back to Euro Dollar as we have been requested in the chat. Is there any other request besides Euro Dollar, Dirk? Or is it just Euro Dollar? I see only Euro Dollar, right? I think you're muted. Because I
am. Sorry, man. No, I saw earlier Nida's World Adventures requested that you analyze Euro Dollar. And obviously I'm also very interested in that, because I'm heavily invested in options in Euro Dollar always.
Really? Okay. You mentioned that options, and is that usually only Euro Dollar or among others?
Yeah, also others, but over the years, I actually concentrate mostly on Euro Dollar plus other major pairs, Dollar Yen, for example, Aussie Dollar for sure as well, because by the end of the day, all those minor currency pairs, you can always kind of you don't need to analyze them. You need to analyze the underlying major pair. So if you see like Euro Dollar going down, for example, it's usually due to a dollar strength and not a euro weakness. So you can find the same pattern on other pairs. That's why I over time said, why should I, analyze a minor pair if I can just analyze what is causing the minor pair to react to this? And this is usually Euro Dollar. I mean, it's with 54% of trading volume on the Forex markets, for a reason, the most traded pair and most liquid Forex pair. So it's the same with Bitcoin. You don't need to do chart analysis on, I don't know, some meme coin or something that's somewhere in number 150 when it comes to market capitalization. You have to analyze Bitcoin. You have to analyze Ethereum. Maybe you can replace nowadays Ethereum with Solana. That's for sure something discussable.
Yes, I think someone said this right here. Henrique said gold is the thermometer of the world. And actually, while you were explaining why it makes sense to analyze the leader of an asset class, right? You analyze Bitcoin and not necessarily all the altcoins, if you want to know where the crypto market is going. And the same thing, I think, is exactly what you were explaining. If you wanted to know, where the move or where the impulses are on other pairs, sometimes it makes sense to just measure, the cause or the source of those volatility, which is usually comes from the dollar or euro dollar in this case. It makes a lot of sense. That's one of the reasons as well that I like EU and GU, because you're trading the dollar, of course, against euro or pound, but it's the dollar that we're trying to trade here. And it's because it's one of the, at least that's my theory, which is, not verified, but my thought is the hold on.
So some people also requesting US 30, so the Dow Jones. As I said on Monday, I would always prefer, analyzing the S&P 500. The Dow Jones will normally react to what the S&P 500 is doing. Dollar yen, for sure, interesting currency pair. Gold, I see there are some questions about the German DAX. So the German counterpart to the S&P 500. I usually do not trade German stocks. Why don't I trade German stocks, especially not the index, the DAX? Because it doesn't have a life of its own most of the time. So usually you will see, as the day progresses, as we move towards the US opening, that the DAX is going to copy what the S&P 500, the Nasdaq, and the Dow Jones are doing. But it's just my own experience, and it goes into the same category, like I just said, and like Victor also mentioned. I want to trade the asset that causes the movement. And for Forex, for sure, if we speak about the US dollar, this is euro dollar. For stock index, I would always prefer to trade the S&P 500 or the Nasdaq, not the Dow Jones, rather than some local indices. But I know I have friends also who trade only the DAX, who are very successful with it. It's not my jam, to be honest.
Yes, I think it's I think the one of the reasons why it works better to trade the source of the move is because technically it has less distortions, right?
Yeah.
The signal is cleaner, not all the time, but in general, the structures get respected more nicely. And that was what I was going to say before my throat, played games on me. I think the reason why that is, that there is less distortion when you're trading the source is because more people are watching this pair, they're gonna react more neatly, more in time, more in concert to those structures, to those levels, to those whatever that price, those levels, and that makes it more technically more beautiful to see, because it has less deviation from what it's supposed to be doing.
I think you put it very beautiful into words when you said price action is the representation of human psychology, of trader psychology. So, and if you translate that to, for example, like a scientific research, for example, in scientific research, you always want to have a very big sample size to get as good data as possible. The bigger your sample size is, the more reliable your scientific model will become. And this is true in trading too. And if I have something like the S&P 500, if I have something like gold, if I have something like euro dollar, this is where the most liquidity is. This is where the highest trading volume is. So this is where the data should be the most consistent, and you won't have as much outliers in your data as you, for example, would have, when you trade minor currencies. If you want to focus on something like euro versus Indian rupiah or something. Nothing against the Indian rupiah, of course, but it's just not as much trading volume, which for me, at least from my experience, translates into not seeing as reliable price action as I would see in euro dollar.
Yeah, certainly. I have measured this actually. I have applied my same strategy, which, because I go all the way to the lower time frames, to 1 minute, and I try to be as razor sharp with my stops, little deviation can make or break the trade plan. And what I've noticed is that I'm not able to apply the same rules, the same very, very tight rules on other pairs. And the less volume it has, the less so I'm able to trade them the same way I'm able to trade EU and GU, because of the volume, and that's my interpretation or explanation. It gets very, very technical, allowing me to read them more precisely, get my entries right there, having a stop as low as 1 point something, 1.7, 1.8. I'm never able to do that with other pairs, not even mentioning because of the spread. But even if I had to adjust for the spread, I'm not able to have so tight entries. And I think it's because of the cleaner, the cleanliness, if that's the right word to be used in this case, the pureness of the signal, right? It is, and that's why you want to stick to the source of the movement. All of these arguments is because of that. So, and EU and GU is as close as you can get to trading the dollar pair, the dollar currency, I mean.
Yeah, I mean, there's a reason that euro dollar or in the currency basket of the US dollar. So talking about the US dollar index now, I think it consists of 54% of euro dollar, if I'm not mistaken.
It's up there. I don't know the number, so I can't confirm that. But yes, it is up there. It's definitely up there. It's the biggest by far, the biggest weighing in the composition of the dollar index, and that's for a reason. It's not, it's because of the volume and how many people are watching it, etc. And it makes sense as well, right? We have the two, one of the two biggest, not the two biggest, but you have the U.S. economy and you have the European economy. Of course, you have you have the two of the biggest economies. They're going to have a lot of trades and exchanges going in terms of currency. So it's obvious that that's where you need to look for if you're looking for volume. So great stuff. And on gold, I mentioned that we do have that reversal on the H1, and I'm looking for if price is getting this high back, how is it reacting? Is it decelerating as it is getting to these structures and rejecting them? If it does that, that could be a sign that we might have put a temporary top in gold for maybe today, maybe a couple of days, and maybe even longer. Who knows? But that's going to be the first sign to me. And of course, if it keeps on going lower, it's going to be obvious that also that the top is near. So that's on gold. And I know we have some people in the audience looking for Bitcoin as well. So let's do that very quickly. What do we have on gold? We do have a fresh order block that was created on the weekly time frame. That's this one, but we are retesting the weekly and monthly structures, right? So we are in that range on the higher time frames where it doesn't necessarily mean anything if it goes up or down until it breaks and take out these levels, right? So it can do many things for the next couple of days and even weeks between these two lines, and it doesn't really mean much on the long term. Keep that in mind. Don't get caught up in in between. On the lower time frames, we did have a reversal structure that we talked about, which is this quasi. And it's very beautiful. Broke structure, broke the neckline and came back into that order block. So far, it hasn't signal while being in this order blocks, right? We do have a bullish order block here. It is an order block, but it is a signal. In my book, to me, that would be a signal on this time frame, for example. So, but it didn't do it from the area that I was expecting. Now, sometimes market, as we explained before, sometimes the market doesn't do things, perfectly, neatly, the way you expect. Sometimes the signal comes after, and it's dependent on your strategy and your data if that's still valid for you to be trading. But this is perhaps for this week. Are we going to be respecting this order block or not? Because if we are, then automatically it will fit into the bigger structure. The bigger structure being that we might be pushing back, going to retest these highs, and if so, maybe it's difficult to know in advance, but maybe this time around we will be putting a new all-time high again. And if not, then I would like to see how price action reacts when we get back to this order block, because the entry order block on the quasi, that wasn't, we didn't get the signal the way we should get it, which is within the order block. We got it in front of it, which is may or may not be enough for you to get in. So that's interesting. These two structures, this one especially, if we get to it, but already we have one structure here on the daily time frame that tells us that maybe we're getting that reversal. And if we go to lower time frame, I know it's not as important because this is the low that was put in, and you need to consider, when you're considering reversal, you want to be taking the lowest point, and that makes this the neckline. And so anything it does in between here is of lesser implication. However, still, the market sometimes builds and starts the movement from within that range. If that were to be the case, then of course we want to be reading on the lower time frames the structure. And so far we have yes, we do. That is, let me see, this will be the neckline on the H4. So if that were to be taken out in the coming today, tomorrow, this week, then perhaps that could be the sign that we are shifting. The daily order block is going to be this daily order block. I mean, this fresh order block is going to be used for the continuation, and maybe we're going to be. It's promising. We'll have to wait first for it to break that neckline. It might not even come back, but I would be waiting for a comeback before taking that long, because simply that's the way I trade. But that's Bitcoin. So it has some indication that maybe it's trying to, reverse and build up a reversal, a bullish reversal. And that could be interesting, right? Because we are getting near to that period, right, Dirk, where was it April to October, I think it was, or September, that you think that maybe we might see a peak?
Yeah, exactly. We are getting to this. We are still missing the breakout. Can you maybe quickly share my chart?
Yes.
So I can walk you guys through it again. So Bitcoin logarithmic regression, no magic. It's just a mathematical equation to kind of project and explain price developments that are exponential, because they tend to start like this and then slowly flat. I should use my other hand like this so you guys can see that. And what I said is I expected actually between October last year, or end of October to be more precise, last year, and mid-February, so now, for Bitcoin to go into this frenzy bull market zone, which is this black area between the upper band and lower band. So in order to go there, we would need to see prices right now over 116,000 already. Sounds a bit unbelievable at the moment, because price is not doing much to the upside, at least. But same as gold, Bitcoin suddenly can move very quickly. And if you have been in Bitcoin a little bit, trading around $97,000 at the moment feels a bit the same like back then when we are trading at 50,000 or 20,000. So you somehow don't believe it can go higher. The problem I see here is at the moment we should expect the top if the cycle is like the cycles we saw prior. So as the 2021 bull market, the 2018 bull market, and so on and so forth, to be somewhere between late April and mid of October. So the longer it takes now to enter this frenzy mode, to see prices above currently 117,000, the less likely it becomes. The more likely it becomes that actually this model is breaking down finally. You know, it has been working for a long time now, but this could be the cycle where it breaks down. So we might see the alpha decay here. Alpha decay meaning as an asset gets more and more expensive, the market capitalization rises, it gets more and more difficult to see those 5x, 10x, 100x moves. So this is something we need to be prepared for. However, you know, Bitcoin always tends to surprise us. So even if we enter this zone now mid of March or something, is still within the data, you know, of a logarithmic regression and still normal. It doesn't need to precisely go into that frenzy mode just because it did in the past. There are variations to the left, there are variations to the right of a normal distribution curve, of course, a normal distribution bell. And yeah, we need to wait and see here. For me, it's really all up to, are we going to see the breakout over the last high here at 108,000? The way we are moving, we are trading at the moment, and I think I said this on Monday also already, for me, if I want to pick a swing trade long, I would do that somewhere here in this area between 88 to 90,000. So this is what I'm expecting. I can tell also here especially by those three candles here. Like when you see candles with a lot of wicks to the upside, to the downside, it's really always a sign that the market is super indecisive. So maybe it depends on what Trump is going to say. Maybe everybody is waiting for Trump to finally announce, we are going to put Bitcoin on the reserve now of our great country. Make Bitcoin great again. And sorry, I'm a very bad impersonator of Trump. And yeah, it's like always, you need this catalyst to have either the move to the upside or to the downside. And it feels at the moment that the catalyst is Donald Trump. Same like for euro dollar also, no? At the moment, it's like the market is waiting for him to say something, to announce more tariffs or to say something that's going to move the markets. That's the challenge at the moment, you know. That's what we have to live with as traders at the moment. Not only the economic releases, but the probably most powerful person in the world on a political level, at least, tweeting at hours you don't expect people to tweet.
Then again, if you think about it, right, if we, as proponents of Bitcoin and believers in the crypto market, do we want the asset to be as volatile as we have known it going forward?
We don't want that. We don't want that. We are now, like, everybody has been waiting for this institutional phase in Bitcoin, you know, where you see corporations entering, where you have investment vehicles like the Bitcoin spot ETFs now finally, since that were introduced a year ago, that the broad audience can enter this market. The broad audience is not used to seeing daily volatility that sometimes is like 15% to the upside just to drop by 12 or 20% then again. People are used to stocks, which for sure can be volatile too, but not at this extreme level, or something like treasury bonds, so forex moves, where you also usually don't see such volatile moves like you see in crypto. So it would be, in order for Bitcoin to really become something like a reserve currency, it needs to become less volatile. It needs to become more predictive. We cannot have those moves anymore, like during a bear market that we drop to 20,000 just to go to 200,000 or something like this again. This is not good if you want to see it on the balance sheet of central banks or as a national reserve, for example.
Exactly. And if we of course, we as traders, we love that volatility. It means
Absolutely.
a lot of opportunity. You can be buying it low and getting out when it's peaking again. But if you want to see it as an investment asset, not a trading asset, then you want it to have stability. If you want to have it to grow in value, it needs stability. There's no way we're gonna have big players put their trust in this if it doesn't have stability. And stability means not that volatile as we have known Bitcoin in the past. So maybe it's a blessing in disguise that the model is starting to show some signs of breaking, because maybe maybe it's going to have another type of cycle, less shallow cycle, maybe shorter cycles or longer, I'm not sure, but something different, but perhaps something better, who knows.
Yeah, it would be something really I would look very much forward to, because it would also mean if you have like volatility like on the stock market, or maybe even growth rates like on the stock markets, like on average 8% per year. If we look at the S&P 500, that would be something good, because that would mean that people see Bitcoin as what it was meant to be, an alternative to, in the beginning, other currencies worldwide that cannot be controlled by governments, and an alternative to hard assets, for example, like gold. I really wish we get there, and that we get out of this scam frenzy, crazy crypto markets. That I mean, we just had, if I'm not wrong, I read a statistic that like every month at the moment there are like 1 million meme coins newly generated, meme coin projects. It's just crazy, and it's just a money grab. And in order to be taken serious, this needs to end, basically. People need to put their money into Bitcoin, which has nothing to do with meme coins, by the way, because the value of Bitcoin comes from the decentralized network. By the way, the hash rate of this decentralized network, so the computing power per second, has reached a new all-time high just now. And miners are very happy, because they say like, well, at the moment we can mine Bitcoin for $30,000 or $38,000 per Bitcoin on average. So we are very profitable in what we are doing.
Yeah, that's I totally agree. I mean, that's exactly the point. We sometimes think we know what we want and what we need, but it's, in order to get there, market, or in this case Bitcoin, needs to be something else, and something it hasn't been in the past, a more mature kind of asset class, crypto in general, and Bitcoin being the leader of that. Otherwise it's not going to be that cornerstone new kid on the block in terms of the asset classes and be respected, because we that's what we want. We want it to be a full-fledged asset class to be added to portfolios, pension funds, everything you just mentioned. And it's not going to get there if it keeps on behaving like a juvenile. Right. So,
sorry. Yes. If you just can excuse me for 1 minute, I'm
no
actually
problem.
managing some crypto positions here where my take profit was reached.
Take your time. No problem at all. I will. Let's see. So we were talking about Bitcoin, and I think we are ready to switch over to euro dollar. And I'm going to switch to my screen here. Yes, there you are. So the for the analysis, it was someone who requested we look at EU, and actually, thank you for that. I do look at that all the time, but today was a little bit different. I like the stream today, how we had many commentators or people coming in, traders coming in, and giving their how they see the market, right? Different assets, perhaps, or perhaps sometimes it's even the same asset, but you get different views at the same time, real time. People who are looking to get into the market, it may be an opposite direction. It doesn't matter, but the fact that you see how they construct their trade, how they frame it, what they think, what their considerations are. That is so useful. I wish I had that when I was learning the ropes, learning to be a trader, because that would have definitely helped me accelerate my process, my growth. So if you like this, by the way, if you like those who see us at home or anywhere you may be seeing us or hearing us, hit the like button. If you like today's show, let us know that you are, that you like what we have done today, bringing more people in, having a little bit more a dynamic kind of a stream. If you like that, hit the like button, subscribe to the channel if you haven't done so already, and let us know that this is something we need to do more often. So let's look at EU. We have, let's go. I'm going to be looking at the weekly very quickly. For those who have seen the charts already, this is the presumed. It doesn't matter where necessarily I put my shoulders. The idea is, you could consider that to be the left shoulder. Others might say, no, this is the left shoulder. It's all fine by me. Point is that you need to have one left shoulder, right, in order to put your head on it, right? You have to have, that's a joke. That's a little joke though. I mean, you got to have a left shoulder before you can have the head in terms of the quasi, right? So in my case, that's my left shoulder, my head, and the neckline, and that's the head. So it doesn't matter exactly how you put the pattern, how you draw the pattern, as long as you have a consistent, objective way of doing it, and you apply that rule, which defines where how you draw and mark your structures. We are currently in a weekly area where we could expect price to have some reaction, maybe a reversal. I say maybe because nothing is written in stones. We might reverse from here and we might not, right? So let's not get married to any direction necessarily. We follow price. That's what we do. And if price, and we identify areas of higher probability where price might do one thing or another, but it's not certain it's going to do it. So this is an area on the weekly time frame that we might see buyers coming back. Will they come? We don't know, but we will be reading market to get that confirmation or not, and trade accordingly. So we are in the weekly time frame, and this area is expected to be able to produce buyers, right? We zoom in to see if the market is confirming, if price is confirming that buyers are coming in. We did have one nice move up here that indicates some buying power, but if this is going to be the area, either it should form a quasi, which it hasn't yet. This is the neckline on the local area, or it should use some structure. And you can have different kind of structures, but I only use the order blocks and quasis. It should show us through the creation and respecting of those structure that it is, that reversal. That's how I understand that it wants to reverse. So if that's going to be the case, then we have on the weekly time frame, we don't have anything yet. On the daily time frame, and for that we need to zoom in. On the daily time frame, we do see that's not a daily. This is the daily. So on the daily time frame, we do see the structure, right? We do see the left shoulder, the neckline, the head, breaking of it and coming back to in relevant area, that daily order block right here. And guess what? It reacts very, very nicely, right? Comes in and gets out. And by the looks of it, that's a bullish engulfing, right? So that could be one indication that the buyers indeed are coming in, confirming that higher time frame, that expectation that we mentioned on the weekly. So how you approach this, how you enter, that may be a different story. But the idea is, as long as this order block, which starts from this point to that point, is being respected, and actually as an extension of that, because that order block is based and created upon the entry order block on the quasi. So this is the basis, the source of the move. So the whole setup cancels when you have a close below this on the daily time frame, right? Remember what I just said? It's the close on the daily time frame below that low, not a wick, but a close. At least that's how I approach the market. However, if the market has started already and has built a structure, the logical sequence would be that it now will start building and respecting those order blocks. If that is is going to be the case, then this is the next structure it is creating, and it should respect it. And today we are seeing price. It hasn't closed yet, but it's again forming another bullish structure within that daily bigger one. So this could, if we are right, if the expectation is right that price is reversing, right, and it is going to go up, how does it behave when it does that? It's the bullish order flow. Bullish order flow is when it is creating bullish structures and respecting them and breaking or invalidating bearish structures. It hasn't broken any bearish structure yet, but it will start creating those bullish structures, and we will see in the degree it respects it and keeps doing that we're eventually going to have and see that completion of that reversal. Hasn't happened yet, but it seems to be wanting to do that. So that is my expectation, or that's what I see on the markets. On EU, if you go lower time frames, we can see how the market is on the euro, on the H4, I should say. You have a bearish order block right here. It's a little bit difficult to see because there's a gap, but there is an H4 order block here. And as long, if we're following the bullish order flow at the moment, and it seems that we should be closing eventually above this order block. All right, so that's going to be the test. If it is able to do that, one of the tests, if it is able to do that today or tomorrow, then that gives me more arguments to assume that we indeed are doing that transition, that reversal that we want to see in order to trade. And if not, then it's the other way, right? If it is not in that bullish order flow. And we can see here, we are creating bullish order blocks and respecting them. So basically right now we have respected a bullish order block, and we are retesting for the second time. I'm going to take it out so it becomes more visible. This is the first retest, and that is the second retest. I would expect this to not hold. But really, I mean, nobody knows for sure. The fact is that it is the second retest. It is a little bit weaker, and we do have on the higher time frames the daily, the 4-hour, all moving, telling us that the buyers seem to be, there is some buying pressure building up. So it looks promising, but I don't have it yet. The signal, I would say, if today's price ends in a bullish engulfing, technically we could just buy the close and put the stop below. Let's say it just closes where we are. We could put the stop below where it is being it would be invalidated, and target the highs of the whole structure. That in itself is a valid entry. It's almost 1-to-1. It's not as tight, but this is to me, this is proper trading. You're waiting for price to make those structures, and coming back, confirming, right? It creates the structure first, the order block, It comes back to it the second time around. It confirms by telling you that this order block is, a structure of relevance, and you're waiting for your signal, which is this, where you come in within the order block that was recently created, fresh order block, and it tells you again with a sign, a bullish sign, that the buyers have taken control. What sign that is, that's up to you. It doesn't have to be a bullish engulfing, but it could be. It could be many other things. Anything that indicates, the buyers have taken control, and you could be taking this trade, and it's a perfect, nice one actually. If you, by the time this closes, it doesn't reach target yet, you can already see that we might get a weekly engulfing, bullish engulfing as well. So before we get to the weekly signal, we get in, but while we're in, we might get that weekly signal. And if the weekly signal comes in, we can actually target something on the weekly time frame, right? Which makes sense, which is something higher. This is on the weekly time frame. That's the weekly, and there's something to the left as well where we can target, have a bigger target. So that makes it even better. All right, so that's my analysis on EU. So let's look at the chat before we wrap our stream.
Somebody asking where to. Oh yeah, already answered. Okay. Was just wanting to say, like, somebody asking where they can enter the contest. Yeah, it's on the website. I think it's on the dashboard, if I'm not mistaken, right?
The contest?
Yeah.
This.
There's a contest currently where you can sign up for. I think it's starting soon, and you can sign up for it.
Yes,
I saw it on
indeed.
the 5ers Hub on the dashboard.
Yes, there's a count out there, and there's a link to register. All right, I went through the chat, and I think we have addressed most of the questions they had. All right, and we are at the end of our stream. I enjoyed the stream very much. We had we had a different fresh views from other traders, and that's enriching, I think, for the streams for sure. And I'm sure the traders watching us, that trader thinking, I want to have a piece of the market. I want to reach funded phase. I want to have maybe $100,000, maybe a couple of $100,000 of funded amount under my name, right? These are the knowledge that could help you achieve your dream. And it sounds, we on the website, you can see you can get up to $4 million in funding. And it's actually possible. It's very, very difficult, of course. It takes a long time, but it's not impossible. It is possible. And so, I mean, make use of everything we offer you to better your chance in getting those financial goals that you deserve. Dirk, any last comments before we
yeah, it has been a pleasure. I think we saw some cool trades today. This is what matters also, not just talking about it, but seeing the whole thing in action, taking position. Also, I hope you guys learned a lot, and I'm looking forward personally to continue my gold trading adventures soon. Also on an evaluation account, I want to see if I can pass the evaluation phase, of course, just by trading gold, for example. And looking forward to seeing you guys soon again. Tomorrow, yeah, we are seeing it right now. There's a session with Saul for a live scalping session. So you want to make sure that you don't miss out on that. Always so good insights and practical tips that he gives there. And yeah, thanks for having me again, and take care, everybody, and see you next time.
All right, see you next time. Thank you, Dirk, for all those announcements. Don't miss it, guys. Hit the like button, subscribe, come back to see the master trader. So we'll be scalping the markets right in front of you. So you don't want to miss that. Take care. Bye-bye.
Hi guys, so thank you very much for watching the video. Now make sure you like and subscribe, and most of all, go into the YouTube and check our other content that we provide here at The 5ers. We'll see you in the next one.